We are ready. All right, good evening. Is anybody in here? Good evening. All right. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners for Wednesday, June 24th, 2026 to order. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Kump,
Here.
Howard,
Here.
Burns,
Here.
Ramirez. We have an absence memo. Hill,
Here.
Pacheco,
Here.
Lopez,
Here.
Stites,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Bynum,
Here.
Watson.
I am here. The invocation is being given by Chaplain Lamar Martin Jr. Chaplain, will you please come to the mic? Are you here? Well, the invocation is being given by Dr. Evelyn Hudson Hill, Commissioner, and then followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
May we all bow our heads. Father, we say thank you, we praise you, we adore you, for you are magnificent, you are awesome. You are above every problem, and we know we can lean and depend on you. Now have your way in this meeting. Help our hearts and minds to be led by your Holy Spirit. That which is not according to your will, let it fall flat. That which goes according to your will, we pray that it would be done in Jesus' name. We thank you, Lord, that we have the victory through you. In Jesus' name, amen.
And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. At this time, I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda. There are no revisions.
There are no revisions, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now go on to the mayor's agenda. We have one item scheduled under the mayor's agenda this evening. And the first item this evening is item 6.1. It is in recognition of our proud honorees, but first, we have a special recognition. So in addition to getting a Proud pin, we have a special proclamation honoring the distinguished public service of Bridget Cobbins. Whereas the unified government of Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas proudly recognizes Bridget Cobbins for nearly 3 decades of exceptional public service, dedicated leadership, and unwavering commitment to improving the lives of the residents of Wyandotte County. And whereas a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County, Bridget Cobbins is a graduate of Wyandotte High School, earned a Bachelor of Business Administration from Ottawa University and a Master of Business Administration from Benedictine College, exemplifying a lifelong commitment to learning, professional excellence, and servant leadership. And whereas, beginning her career with the unified government as a data entry clerk and control clerk with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, Bridget advanced through positions of increasing responsibility, including county clerk, interim assistant county administrator, and ultimately assistant county administrator, earning the respect and admiration of colleagues, elected officials, and the community through her integrity, professionalism, and dedication. And whereas throughout her distinguished career, Bridget Cobbins provided steadfast leadership over critical public service departments, championed organizational excellence, mentored employees, and helped strengthen the unified government's ability to effectively serve its residents, leaving an enduring and positive impact on this community. And whereas Bridget Cobbins' trailblazing career includes becoming the first African-American woman to serve as Assistant County Administrator for the unified government and being recognized with the High Heel Trailblazer Award, honors that reflect her leadership, perseverance, and lasting contributions to public service and future generations of leaders. Now, therefore, I, Crystal E. Watson, Mayor and CEO, and on behalf of the Board of Commissioners of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby express the gratitude and appreciation of this community to Bridget Cobbins for her extraordinary career, public service. Congratulate her on her well-earned retirement and commend her for a legacy of leadership, excellence, integrity, and people service that will continue to inspire those who follow in her footsteps. I'm coming around. Camera can't follow me, but I'm coming around with this. So welcome. And you also get a Doc Proud pin. Because we want you to continue to be Doc Proud during your return. Thank you, everybody. So for those of you who don't know, Bridget is retiring after 30 years of service. And she thought we was gonna like let her quietly go out of here, but we could not do that. So we appreciate her and we're gonna miss her. This is her last commission meeting. Oh, trying not to cry, but all right. All right. All right, in recognition of our Doc Proud honorees, I will ask Alicia DeVille, Dr. Alicia DeVille, Chief of Staff in the Mayor's Office, to introduce the presentation.
Alicia DeVille, Mayor's Office, Chief of Staff. Mayor Watson, County Administrator Johnson, Commissioners, greetings. Great communities are built by people who choose to serve, lead, and invest in others. The Doc Proud Award was created to recognize those individuals and organizations whose efforts make a lasting impact on Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. Through their work, they strengthen neighborhoods, support economic growth, improve quality of life, and inspire community pride. Today, we pause to celebrate some of those individuals whose contributions remind us why we are proud to call this community home. It is our honor to recognize the Doc Proud Award recipients.
Great. So first, Commissioner Kump, would you introduce your honorees and say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations, Bridget, on a wonderful career. My nominees are Stephanie and Pat Cation. Stephanie and Pat have created a local gem in our community, the Glass Cat, a small business in Bonner Springs, Kansas, and a destination which provides excellent service with a smile and embodies what it means to serve, lead, and invest in your community. Stephanie and Pat have cultivated a reputation as hardworking entrepreneurs who love Wyandotte County and strive to serve. No customer leaves the Glass Cat without a full stomach and a smile. And I can say the biscuits and gravy are the best I've ever had.
Here? Okay. All right, Commissioner Howard, would you introduce your honoree and say a few words, please?
Yeah, so my honoree tonight is going to be Mr. Stephen McCords with McCord's Liquor. Mr. McCord's Liquor, not only just Mr. McCord's Liquor, but Mr. McCord has been a pillar in the community for a long time. And so we want to recognize him for all his great efforts. Whenever you see Mr. McCord, he's always a smiling face and he's always willing to help the community in any way that he can, whether it's housing, whether it's services that he provides throughout the community. Tonight, we want to recognize McCord and McCord's Liquor for the outstanding work that they continue to do in our community here in District 1. So thank you, Mr. and Mrs. McCord, for all that you do.
And are they in here? Mr. McCord is here! Not proud member. Congratulations. All right, I also want Commissioner Stites, we have a special guest. Will you please acknowledge them at this time?
Well, this is very much unplanned, but whenever I was sitting here and waiting for the meeting to start, I seen a gentleman walk in that very much is a staple in Bonner Springs. I very much feel like an icon, and I actually went to school with his daughter. Al Ramirez, if you don't mind standing up.
Right.
For y'all that don't know, Al is a former state rep for Kansas and also a former mayor of Bonner Springs. So Al, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Well, we're glad to have you, Mr. Al. All right, does any member of the commission have any comments or questions about any of the presentations? You want to make any remarks? Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Just want to say to ACA Bridget Cobbins, congratulations. I really feel like we are under doing it right now, just given the situation. But maybe we'll have you come back or something like that. But thank you for your contribution. I was looking at the work chart randomly, don't ask me why, and I think you have probably the heaviest load of departments between Public Works, our police department, our fire department, the NRC. None of those departments are light. And you have handled those responsibilities with grace and have really led this organization during my time, I think kind of aligns with your time as ACA. So congratulations. Hope you're able to get some rest and get away from all this madness, but look forward to seeing what your next chapter is after this time at the unified government.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to say thank you to Ms. Cobbins for her work down through the years. And thank you for things that you shared with me and were able to help me both before me becoming a commissioner and after becoming a commissioner. Your career is outstanding, and just want to say thank you for all that you have done. And I noticed the biggest smile on your face when the mayor said, this is her last commission meeting. Let the church say amen.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm saying, just thought about it.
Commissioner Stites.
Bridget, so I remember, it's just been 5 short years ago now, when I got elected for county commission. And, you know, you're coming in as new and nervous and not knowing what to expect. But it was really nice to have a familiar face that came in, welcomed me, took me, walked me through the process, what I need to do. I felt really comfortable. You made it feel a really easy transition into the position. And you are going to be missed. And I really appreciate everything that you've done for the unified government, and good luck moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Bridget, the entire time I've been here and having you in the clerk's office as well as the administrator's office, I had a confidence in your abilities. Everything was always exactly as it should be. And you ran those departments very professionally and in a very organized manner. And I always appreciated that because I knew that our documents were correct. I knew that our information was correct. And that's not a small thing. So I want you to know how much I appreciate these years that I've been able to work with you inside the unified government. And I do want you to enjoy your well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
All right. We will now proceed with the items on the planning and zoning portion of the agenda. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Crystal E. Watson, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Andrew Kump, at-large District 2, Commissioner Jermaine Howard, District 1, Commissioner Bill Burns, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4, Commissioner Carlos Pacheco, District 5, Commissioner Phil Lopez, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has 3 options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission altogether on one vote. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is the time for commissioners to request items be set aside. This is also the time for members of the public to come to the microphone and provide one agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand, and once acknowledged, provide one agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. Only the individual requesting the matter be set aside will be allowed to speak on the item. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of all stakeholders this evening and acknowledge the significance of the petitions being presented. Petitioners will be allotted a maximum of 15 minutes for presentation. The requester for a set-aside will have 3 minutes to state their position. We ask that all parties permitted to give comment do so in a thorough but concise manner. We ask that anyone with a cell phone please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. At this time, I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone applications, item 8.1A, COZ 2026-007, Rick Burns with 6420 Building, a recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from R1 Single Family and CPO Non-Retail Business Plan District to CP1 Limited Business Plan District for an office space at 6420 Parallel Parkway, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.2, special use applications. 8.2A, SP 2026-030, Brian Glasser, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 560 Ridgeview Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 1 year. Item 8.2B, SP 2026-033, Daniel Flores with DFF Motors Group, LLC, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for used automotive sales and light repair at 7521 Nebraska Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 2 years. Item 8.2C, SP 2026-036, Ichian Lee, a recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2506 West 43rd Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 2 years. Miscellaneous, item 8.3A, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for an event space with live entertainment at 13380 Donahue Road, recommended for approval. Item 8.3B, resolution, adopt a resolution to have an opportunity to support the Grinter Chapel and Cemetery nomination to the Register of Historic Kansas Places. This nomination will be considered by the Kansas Historic Sites Board of Review on Saturday, June 27th. On June 1, 2026, the Landmarks Commission voted unanimously to support this nomination. Item 8.4A, minutes from our Board of Commissioners meetings on January 9, March 27, May 1, May 29, June 26, July 31, August 28, September 25, 2025, and March 28, 2026. Those are all of the items on the consent agenda. At this time, the mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. Does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Commissioners, Commissioner Crump.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been contacted and discussed with opponents of COZA 2026-10, SP 2026-10, and SP 2026-35.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, I don't necessarily have a disclosure, but I just had a question. So item 9.3, which is also listed under miscellaneous, 7-0, I'm just curious as to why that's not on the consent.
You're talking about the ordinance?
Correct.
Time of the collation of the agenda, it was
Yeah.
the mayor's discretion to move that.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Davis.
Yes, I have been in communications with COZ 2026-007.
Was there noted? Does any member of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission.
Stites motion to approve.
It's been moved by Commissioner Stites,
Second.
second by Commissioner Burns. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Kump.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Next is our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. We have 3 items on this portion of the agenda. First item on the non-consent agenda is change of zone application item number 9.1.a. Clerk, please read the item.
This is for change of zone application COZ 2026-010, Jose Benitez. A recommendation and ordinance for a change of zone from AG Agricultural District to R1 Single Family District for a 15-lot subdivision at 2600 South 53rd Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-1.
Thank you. I'll now ask staff to make some opening remarks. If you have any.
Good morning, everyone.
More?
Oh,
Really?
I am so sorry it's been a day. Good afternoon, everyone. OCD Seniors Planning staff. So the applicant, Mr. Jose Benitez, he is requesting a change of zone for a lot that is currently zoned agriculture. It is 7.68 acres. And what he is wishing to do is subdivide that lot into 15 lots. He's not subdividing the entire lot, just about half of the lot. He's just wanting to rezone from AG to R1, which would comply with the single-family lots. And that's about it.
Is Mr. Benitez here? Okay. Well, commissioners, I entertain a motion, the question? Commissioner Lopez.
So I've heard some, I was looking into this too, but I can see what kind of debacle it's going to turn into with the, the elementary schools there. So when that school gets out, how come the road, can we make where the road goes all the way through? I know there's a hill, I know there's a grade, but we can also import dirt. He can, whoever.
OCD Senior staff. I know Ms. Crystal Both is online. I'm not sure if she would like to respond to that, or I can respond as well.
Go ahead.
Is Ms. Crystal online?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Crystal Voth, Atlas Land Consulting, 14500, Parallel Baser, Kansas. I'm here tonight to represent Mr. Benitez. Yes, Commissioner, to your point, we could theoretically bring in fill. However, as you can see, that subdivision there is being proposed to have a cul-de-sac. Once that is built through the way that it is proposed, and a house is built there on lot 15, it would, we would need a lot of fill to begin with. I think I don't think there's any idea whatsoever to bring in fill because it would take a considerable amount. But especially once we've built the road the way that it is proposed, that would be such a massive undertaking to come back and try to build a road through. And especially along the western side of that lot, the slope gets really, really steep. I don't think from a financial aspect, you could get enough lots in there to offset the amount of cost it would take to bring in the fill and to bring that road through, which is the reason that our engineers proposed it the way that it's been proposed to terminate that cul-de-sac right there with just the 15 lots. We do understand that the elementary school is there to the north, and we certainly want to be sensitive to that. All of the homes are proposed to front off of that interior roadway. And what we have proposed meets the access management criteria for Wyandotte County. So we certainly appreciate your concerns, and we greatly appreciate your consideration of this. And I'll answer any other questions that you may have to the best of my ability.
Well, I just don't see where, I mean, it's going to create a huge debacle with, like summertime's fine, it's not a big deal, but with people coming home and trying to get in there, and then there's cars parked up and down Oak Grove Road, and trying to, that means they'd have to drive a few more blocks down and come in from the south. But and then is he proposing to put as many lots as he can and stick them together as close as he can? Like how big, well, let me see these lots. So like how many houses are you trying to put in there?
It's a
15?
15 lot subdivision is what
Right.
is being proposed, and they all meet or exceed the requirements for the R1 zoning district.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think, I'm, it would be way better if the road went all the way through, honestly. And it's not that terribly expensive. I know it's expensive, but it's not that bad. I hunted that ground. I mean, I know that ground is a little steep, but it's not that bad. But, all right, thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right, well, commissioners, okay. Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. So I see in the proposal that the entire tract is 7.68 acres. Is that the amount of land that is being rezoned, or is that the entire parcel?
Cities and staff. So in order to maintain the agriculture zoning, the lot needs to be minimum of 5 acres. So most of the subdivision is taking that space. So there's no way that the remaining property would be able to maintain ag zoning. Everything's going to be rezoned to R1 just because it's under 5 acres.
Okay, so that's the size of the entire tract, not just the proposed.
Correct. Yeah, the entire tract is 7.68 acres.
All right, thank you. And are there plans to, I mean, with a elementary school down the road, are there plans to have like sidewalks or safe walking access? I would imagine if people move into those homes, they might send their kids to those schools.
Cities and planning. So I believe, I apologize, I'm not the planner for this specific
You're
case.
okay.
I believe that there is a condition in there where sidewalks will be added to only one side of the street, just because that's what code is requesting. However, if commissioners were to want to add sidewalk on both ends, you guys can go ahead and add that condition as well.
I would say that's my personal preference, but I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand the project. So do you happen to know where the sidewalk is proposed for the 15 homes? Is it on Oak Grove?
Cities and planning. Yes, so the sidewalk is going to be on the south of 53rd Street.
Okay. South of 53rd.
Cities, so it's going to be around this area.
I think the reason I'm asking is because one of the concerns, Mayor, I failed to remember that we had received an email, so I'm making a disclosure now. She wasn't necessarily against, but she was sharing concerns. And one of her concerns was there's no sidewalk on the south side of Oak Grove. And so is that where the proposed sidewalk will go?
Cities news from planning. So Oak Grove, if we look at the map, is a little bit north of the parcel. So the sidewalk is actually being proposed. This would be Oak Grove over here to the north. It's in the cul-de-sac.
I see. Okay. the
Yeah, so
sidewalk
although
is-
the school is located to the north, the subdivision will be entering through this street, which is South 53rd Street.
Okay, all right. Because I think one of the concerns being shared is that apparently people, they don't park, but they wait on Oak Grove and 53rd Street to get their kids from the school. And so I think the concern is the increased traffic that 15 houses presents. I'm trying to interpret the email best I can. I guess an additional concern is people actually pulling into this cul-de-sac to wait for their kids. But, I was just hoping to make sure I understood the concern, but then the project itself. And other than these homes, Commissioner Lopez, correct me if I'm wrong, there's housing to the east, but not much to the west. It looks pretty sparsely populated. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Davis, District 8. Have we, so this would be within the 250 foot radius or the 500-foot radius for a neighborhood meeting, correct? The school would be within that radius?
Cities News from Planning, I want to say I believe so. Now, since I'm not the planner for this case, I'm not 100% sure.
Sure. Well, I'm asking because I would imagine it would behoove both our staff and the applicant to engage the school district just to get an idea. I am looking at Oak Grove Elementary, and it looks like there are kind of two routes for access. So all of the pressure wouldn't kind of bottleneck on Oak Grove. You also have Dodson Avenue that I'm assuming there would also be some relief there. This map would not be able to tell that. I'm looking on Google Maps and it's much clearer. I guess the question that I have for staff when the recommendation was made for the sidewalk to connect, is the plan for the private drive sidewalk to then connect to South 53rd Street, which would then mean you'd have to cross the street for the rest of the sidewalk on Oak Grove? Like, what's the walkability plan for this?
Cities Union staff. So based on our code, whenever we're creating a subdivision, only a sidewalk is allowed on one side of the subdivision. Hence, that's why we have it in the conditions that the sidewalk be added at the south of 53rd Street. Unfortunately, it's not going to connect to all the sidewalks that are around. However, if you guys recommend, we can add it in the condition to where the sidewalk goes the entire way.
Gotcha. But am I correct in that there is already a sidewalk of some sort on South 53rd Street? That's what I'm looking at on Google Maps.
The cities and staff, I am unsure. I did not check that.
Gotcha. It looks like there is a partial sidewalk that's there. This map isn't the best. That's already on South 53rd Street.
Yeah, my
Yes.
house system administrator. If you look in the condition packet for this item on page 18, it says, per the subdivision code, build a 5-foot sidewalk on one side of the street to connect to the existing sidewalk on South 53rd Street. And it says provided on the north side of Ottawa Street. So the builder is proposing to build it on the north side of Ottawa Street, connect into the sidewalk that exists on 53rd. And then that connects through a crosswalk across Oak Grove to the east-west sidewalk that runs that way.
Gotcha. Okay. So there would be some additional sidewalk, but that would be for the private drive itself to connect to South 53rd Street, which then would connect to Oak Grove across the street. Okay. Thank you.
So just to be clear, the opposition is that there wasn't enough sidewalk, or they want a street to run through?
Cities News
I want
from
to make sure I
Planning.
understand what the opposition was. What was the community opposition?
To my understanding, the community had opposition because of the number of lots that were being created due to traffic and the creating more traffic for the school and kids being around. Now, I will say to that point, like Commissioner Lopez stated, the subdivision could be added because it's only really developing half of the lot. So potentially speaking, if the applicant were to go for it, they could develop the entire lot and create even more homes. Correct. However, they're only doing half of the lot, which, again, they're leaving half of the lot vacant.
Can you show the picture again, clerk?
The city's news planning, I apologize. I think I lost connection and the screen just left.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, Commissioner Howard. raised his
Commissioner
hand.
Howard?
Howard, District 1. Quick question. There was another representative online, consultant that was online. Are they also a part of this project as well?
I'm assuming so. Crystal, is that, was that her
Ye-
name?
Yeah, could we have her answer some of these questions if she could? I mean, she may know a little more about the project.
Great. Crystal Voth, Atlas Land Consulting, 14500 Parallel Avenue, Basehor, Kansas. Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate the great discussion and all of these questions. And I have answers to a few of the questions. One, I'm sorry, I don't remember who, but there was questions about whether or not the school district was engaged. We did send a letter about our neighborhood meeting to the school district. They were in our list of individuals and entities that needed to be notified, and we did notify them in accordance with your zoning code. And we did not receive any correspondence or feedback from them in it at all. They didn't attend the meeting. They didn't reach out to us via email or phone call. We did have a couple of ladies who were on our meeting. They were from the Turner Homes Association, I believe. So we had a couple folks from the Turner Homes Association. And that was all. And they did have questions about the sidewalk and the walkability of the area. And there again, as it was pointed out, we are providing sidewalks in accordance with your GoDOT plan, as applicable and and also with your zoning code as it's applicable. And then, I'm sorry, did you have any other questions? I probably haven't done a great job of keeping track of all of them.
I think just the only other one was the community's opposition to it, and how are we
Yeah.
addressing it?
Yeah, so, oh, go ahead, Mayor, sorry.
I was just letting Crystal know the community's opposition.
Yeah, so there again, for that, the neighborhood meeting that we held, we had a couple of ladies who were on, and they wanted to understand whether or not parking would be allowed on, whether or not on-street parking was going to be allowed, or whether or not driveways would be provided, and certainly driveways will be provided. And then their questions were also about the sidewalks. And those were the only questions that we really received, as far as feedback from the community goes directly to us. I do certainly understand and appreciate the comments regarding increased traffic. That being said, especially if the map, I know the technology isn't working great, but 15 homes in the grand scheme of things in this area, if we look at the map, is really not very many. You can see, especially there to the east of where this development is proposed to occur. This really is in character with everything else in this vicinity. We have endeavored to make sure, like I said, that roadway that is proposed meets your access management standards, so that we can ensure that people can get in and out of that roadway to the best of their ability. I know there's always concerns about traffic in schools, and I get it wholeheartedly. I really, truly do. But all we can do is follow the rules and regulations that have been lined out by Wyandotte County, which is what we're proposing to do.
Okay.
Commissioner Howard has his hand up.
Commissioner Howard?
Howard, District 1. I just wanted to say, Mayor, that when we do actually get to the public comment part, There are some community members that are on from the Turner District that would like to comment on it. They actually live right down the street from that area.
Well, I don't think that that is during this meeting, Commissioner. It would have to have been during the Planning and Zoning Committee. That's what that meeting is for.
Got it.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Just one more question. Was a traffic study of some level completed for this application?
No, and I do apologize. I'm a land use planner, not an engineer, so I can't get really specific on this stuff. But to my knowledge, this did not meet the threshold in which a full traffic study was required because it's only 15 lots.
Gotcha. Okay, do we know, what's our policy staff on when the size of a project would trigger a traffic study?
Cities needs planning. Unfortunately, I do not know. It is above 15. It's above 15 lots. And if not, Public Works would have requested it as well as the planner assigned to the case.
Gotcha. Okay, that's my thing. Yes, Mr.
So,
House.
Assistant Administrator Allenhouse, again, on page 17 within the packet, speaks to the traffic estimates. It says provide peak hourly traffic estimates per the ITE manual. 15 single-family homes will produce 176 trips per day with 18 trips in the peak hour. This is far below the UG's 100-trip benchmark for TIS requirements.
Gotcha. So because it's below that threshold, it did not trigger the need for the study. Okay, thank you.
Crystal, with Atlas, is there anything else you want to add? Some of the concerns are
yeah.
viable concerns, so we just want to make sure that as the commissioners make a decision to this, that we've heard all angles of it as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Again, I just really want to reiterate that we have, in what has been proposed, we have followed all of the UG's requirements for the roadway, for the sidewalk, for the lot size. We have done everything that we can to provide a quality subdivision that meets all of your regulations for the R1 zoning district. And Mr. Benitez wants to bring this development to this part of the city. He's excited about it. He's excited to provide beautiful homes for people to live in. And again, for those lots, those homes, the sidewalks, the roadways, for everything to meet all of the UG's requirements. We have not asked for any exceptions or deviations on this at all. And so I appreciate your comments and your concerns, certainly. And like I said, we have endeavored to meet all of the regulations without any exceptions. And I appreciate your time and concern.
Okay, so staff, while I can appreciate the way this is zoned, the concern that I have is the number of homes, even though they're only using half, the topography doesn't allow for it anyway, right? Because I think I heard her talk about the sloping and if you try to put a road all the way through, yada, yada. And if there's a concern that it will be congested, what other alternative is there to reduce the congestion? Because you are going to have kids in that area. I live in a cul-de-sac, so I completely understand. So what would be another alternative? Have you all thought about that and work with the developer?
Cities need staff, planning staff. I mean, if congestion were to be one of the main issues, we would just inform the applicant like, hey, we should just reduce the number of lots being proposed. they're meeting all of our requirements. The lots are all confirming. They have not required any variances of any sort. They're complying with parking, lot size, lot width, really everything. Because they're complying with everything, planning staff recommends approval as well as planning commission.
Mhm. My only concern, commissioners, is the requirement. Should we have looked at the type of requirements where, I don't know, I'm just throwing this out. If you were to reduce how many? What would be a good size number? If you were, I'm just throwing it out there.
OCD news planning. So I can't really provide a number because that would be up to the developer. If they decide to bring that number down, that would be up to them. As long as they're complying with our requirements for those lots,
Okay.
we're good.
Crystal, what would your client be willing to reduce to if that were the case?
Madam Mayor, I cannot speak to that. I don't, I can go back to him and ask, but I don't have that information currently.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7. I'm trying to just get a real feel here about where this congestion concern is at. What street is, and it's hard because this screen's pretty small. I've got old eyes, but is the school directly to the north? Or I'm assuming that's north, that orientation of this map. Can you bring that map back up that would show the school? And are you able to blow that up a little bit? Control A and roll. Okay, Google and Commissioner Davis actually brought Google Earth and zoomed it in where my eyes can see it pretty well. So does the traffic get backed up now on Oak Grove? Is that where
Yeah, that's where the concern is.
and the entrance is over here on 53rd, right? So when you exit I'm gonna call it subdivision, you could go north or south on 53rd, right?
Correct.
So are we saying today that cars back up onto 53rd Street to pick up kids at the school? I don't know. I don't live there and I'm not around there, so I don't know.
OCD news staff, I am not aware of that. Really, so in the lot, the homes are not going to be looking into, what is it, Grove?
Oak Grove? Oh,
Grove,
oh.
they're not, the back of the home is going to be looking into that street. So no one's exiting or entering into Grove. They're essentially going to go on South 53rd Street and then enter into the cul-de-sac that's being created. Once leaving the subdivision, they can either go up north, South 53rd Street, go south, South 53rd Street, or even enter Grove Road if they were to need that.
And we're talking about at peak hours, there being an increase of potentially 18 vehicles, right?
Correct.
So I go back to what the mayor was just suggesting is that if there was a reduction in the amount of lots, okay, by 1, 2, 3, we're talking about a very minimal. We're talking about three cars, right? 3 trips. I don't see that reduction of lots making a huge difference onto the impact on here. I'm very unfamiliar with this area right here, but I can't see where people accessing the school are going to where these people at their house on a dead end cul-de-sac is going to affect the school at all.
Correct. And even for those who do go into the school, again, cannot remember which commissioner, but the entrance to the school can either go from Grove Road or Dodson Avenue, Dodson is up north,
Oh,
Grove is to the south. So there's 2 entrances already. It's not just one.
I see that. Yeah, I see that now.
Okay. without the school being here, but I think that could be an option and having conversations with the school when they're, bringing students or dropping them off or whatever, but
Yeah, I don't know their ingress and egress with students
Since they didn't
today. I don't have any idea. I don't know if that's what they do now or, I'm not sure.
and I'm not trying to belabor this. I just want to make sure when it comes to kids, in neighborhoods and when community has concerns about that, we do want to be very thoughtful and think this through before we make these decisions. I think Commissioner Lopez was first and then Commissioner Pacheco.
Yes, so I was looking at your maps on page 24. Number one, lot 15 looks monster, it looks huge, but it looks like these lots are like 16 or 65 foot apiece. So it's like just trying to squeeze a bunch of houses. Are these slab houses? Are they basements or they're gonna have much of a yard? It's just like they're just trying to squeeze a bunch of houses in there as much as possible.
Cities means planning. No, so the lots, looking at the plat, yeah, they are 65 feet wide, which is just a requirement per our codes. The lot size, it's meeting our requirements as well. So it's similar in nature to what's to the east and south of the property.
So they're
Smaller
slab
lots.
houses?
Yeah, so they are compliant.
Okay, and then, my main concern is, again, there's one way into the school for the kids, for the parents to pick up or drop off. You have cars. Well, have you ever been there before? You get a bunch of cars there. It's basically, so, what if there's a medical emergency and fire truck or some, they can't get up through the road because everybody's trying to get through that road and that's my main concern. What if there's a big fire and our guys can't get to where they need to get to because there's vehicles all jammed in there?
Cities means from planning. I mean, if that were to happen, I mean, 17, 18 additional, 18, I apologize, additional cars being on traffic on the road, I don't think it would.
It's a lot more than that. A lot more than that. Oh, and then you did say a little bit ago that this was a potential where they could build more houses later.
Cities needs planning. So the applicant currently is only requesting 15 lots. The cul-de-sac that they're building is only for that, based on the terrain of the lot. It's really unbuildable, a little bit more to the west, just because again, it needs a lot of grading. Now, if later in the future, the same applicant or someone else were to want to modify the lot and add more, who knows? But as of right now, it's just 15 lots.
So 15 lots with no sidewalk around that whole cul-de-sac.
No, so again, 15 lots with a sidewalk to the south, connecting to the south of 53rd Street. That is within the conditions.
Right,
condition
and
number
why
4.
not go all the way around the whole cul-de-sac back to 53rd? Is that what you're saying?
Because our code only requires one
Well-
side.
So if I lived on the south side of the road or north side, I'm like, how come I don't get a sidewalk, but the guy across the street does? That doesn't make,
Again, they are complying with the code.
so they're doing the bare minimum to apply to the code, correct?
They're meeting our code.
You're meeting the code, but the bare minimum though. Interesting. I think,
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. So Commissioner Stites answered asked a lot of the questions that I was going to try to get to as far as congestion. Personally, I just don't see a congestion issue, my personal opinion. If that was a piece of agricultural land today, you sticking something in the middle of it with one way out, in my opinion, is not going to increase congestion. Number two, the school was reached out to appropriately. They made no comment on it. If they have concerns about the students, they should have made a comment on it. And then number three, I think some of the frustrations are more so with perhaps our codes, the way things are currently set. That's a completely different issue. We've got people who are trying to build in Wyandotte County all the time, and we're putting roadblocks up in front of them. This is an area that needs housing, that needs good, affordable housing, people that could move into these places, that could then send their children to that school. I don't see an issue here. I think we're making, something out of nothing. To Commissioner Lopez's point, and though I respect it, and this is his district, so I think it's very good that he has a very vested interest in it, and he knows it better than any of us here. But what I would say is, these are the things that we are requiring of builders. If we have an issue with that, then let's attack that problem. Otherwise, having that argument now and saying, okay, well, they're meeting the bare minimum or they're trying to squeeze 15 houses. Yeah, sure. 15 houses is better than none on that piece of land right now. We say all the time we need housing in this county and there's people who want to do it, but then we have these conversations in circles and make things more than what they need to be. If it's okay, I'd like to motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Kump,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. The second item on the non-consent agenda is special use permit application, item number 9.2.a. Clerk, please read the item.
This is special use permit SP 2026-035, John Bagley. A recommendation and ordinance for a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 1710 North 90th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 4-3 for 1 year.
All right, I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. The applicant, Mr. Bagley, he is requesting a non-owner occupied short-term rental. This property is 4.68 acres. It has 4 beds. Staff is recommending approval for 9 guests and 4 parking spaces. Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Commissioners, any comment? Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7, as far as the, was there any comments from the neighbors and community meetings or what have you? Just want to know the.
City's Union's planning. So yes, there was actually some individuals against the proposed, reason being parties and people crossing over from that specific property to a property over here to the west. Due to that, staff recommended that a fence be added to limit if approved, for guests to not cross property lines. That was the main big item with this specific case, that the property owner was having private parties of his own. Now, that was questioned during this planning commission, whether there were, private owned parties by the property owner or if there were bigger events. Staff can't really determine that based on the explanation that the applicant provided. It was just private personal parties.
Is the, and Monica and I don't know if these were read for disclosures. If they were, I had a disclosure because I had opposition. Is the applicant available? Because when I was contacted about this, I did go onto Facebook and look, and there was definitely events. I don't know what they were. I'm not sure, but I would like for those to be answered because that was a concern from the housing addition to the west, that there were large parties going on, and maybe that this was being operated as a short-term rental without a license. So if we could get that clarification, I don't know if they're available or not.
I believe the applicant is here.
Is the applicant here? Do you want to come up to the microphone, please? State your name. Good evening.
Go ahead and turn it green.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is John Badgley. And yeah, I'm applying for a short-term rental license here on our property. The plan is to essentially run an Airbnb. We never have before. We got approved for the World Cup time, and we've been running it since Memorial Day weekend under a license. And it's been successful. Had 8 successful bookings, 5 reviews, 4.6 stars. I have a professional team running it, managing it. It's a family business as well. I have my brother, my mom, my dad here. They're all helping out in this property. There will be no private parties or events as it's turning into an Airbnb. I don't want big events from strangers as well. So yeah, we were approved on the vote. We hit density requirements. All the inspections have been passed, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for being here for one. But so can you address some of the concerns that folks had to the west, that there were large parties, there events, whatever they're called? Can you tell us, a little bit about that and what now is supposed to change from the problems that the neighborhood experienced in the past?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. That's a good question. Yeah, so I moved into the property in May of 2021. I am a small business owner. I'm a real estate investor. And so the property being with the pool, 5 acres large, we started opening up our doors to the community. Turned into pretty large stuff the first couple of years. And yeah, as we discussed at the last meeting, there were some things that just got a little bit, out of control is not the right word, but just some people I didn't know and so forth, but we've tightened it up. That was about 4 or 5 years ago. It was like that. Recently, we've run parties that are invite only. Therefore, events that are happening for people in our community. I own this with 3 people, and so each of us have networks, and we also have investors in our business. We've done 70 single-family homes in Kansas City that we've owned and managed and so forth. So it's been essentially a way for me to have community gatherings, and had my baby shower there, had wedding there, wedding reception, things of that nature. And yeah, the property can safely accommodate all that. And I've not made any income off of these things. In fact, I've lost my own money just paying for some stuff. And I have friends that have certain skill sets. And so we have people that will cater food and play music and things of that nature. We followed all the rules about quiet hours and so forth. Brian is the local sheriff, and we've been in tons of contact with him about things. And yeah, I don't intend on that being anything that's happening going forward. As my business is established, I'm not going to be living in the residence as my primary resident for a little while. And yeah, I have children now, young children, and I'm just in a phase of my life where this is a way to make the mortgage payment and provide hospitality for the community.
So how far away does the managing, the overseer of the property live away in the event that there is an issue, an event, a party gets loud, out of hand, police get called, if you will?
Yeah.
How far away are they?
Yeah, so my mom is one of the co-hosts. She's right here, Beverly. She lives in Lee Summit. My brother is a co-owner. He lives in Overland Park, Bryce. And then my dad lives in Shawnee. So 15 minutes, 25 minutes, and 30 minutes.
Is there any security cameras?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a live app on my phone that can see what's going on at any given moment.
So is it my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that this will no longer be a gathering space as in the past, that you're saying now that is shut off and now it is just by rental only through a platform, Airbnb,
Yeah.
that people, families, people rent and stay there 1, 2, 3 nights, whatever it may be, and then they go home and it sits empty until another one. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, 9 guest maximum. No parties allowed. They are to stay inside the fence that already exists around the pool. It's probably a little bit less than a half an acre. That's where all the amenities are. They have the house. We have a manual. We've sent it all to city planning, and they approved all of that. And so open to further suggestions, but yeah, we're running it by the book, buttoned up, professional, and I don't intend on having more gatherings or events.
Okay, because you can understand my concern when and this is my district, and there are concerns to the west because there has been problems. So why would people in the past, because if staff is recommending that a fence be put up, why would people in the past have traversed from your property over into that housing addition?
That would be like the nature of a party, right? Like there's, we don't have it's 5 acres, so it's large and they don't quite know where it is and people will gather off. So when there is an event and people meet each other, they come and have private conversation away from a group sometimes when there's, 100, 200 people in a place, and that just inevitably happens. That's just not going to be happening going forward, of course, when there's 9 people and they all are one booking that know each other.
Okay, I don't have anything for right now.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I need a motion. Oh, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Questions for staff. I do see these key issues. The home inspection report, noise, illumination, vibration's a new one. I've never heard that being a problem. So that must have been some very interesting gatherings. Do we have dates? Like how recent are these issues for the proposed, for the applicant?
Osiris Nunez, Planning Department. To my understanding, based on what the individuals who were against the proposed use, they were stating that this took place within the last 4 years. Once the current applicant acquired the property, it took place within the first 2 years of them having ownership.
Gotcha. Okay.
With the current property owner.
Gotcha. So we've had noises and all that stuff, illumination, I'm assuming there are lights and stuff. So this is quite an active property. Okay. I guess, so here's my concern. I think when we decided to do, the brave policymaking of allowing short-term rentals, this was like one of the things that was a worry, right? Was that there would be parties and folks would not necessarily be good neighbors. I would not be in favor of anything more than a year, so I'm glad that there's 1 year that is on here. I do have some continued reservation, quite frankly. Do we know after those concerns were made, once those concerns were made to the applicant, do we know if there were fixes to it?
Osiris Nunez staff, planning staff. No, not to my understanding, based on what the opposition stated, was that they communicated with the property owner, the applicant in this case, and these events maintained for a little while. Now, as the applicant has stated, it stopped within the last year for sure. Anything else in regard to our complaints? We haven't been informed whether they've been fully fixed or not.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be helpful for me to know is just if there's a pattern, right? It is one thing to make a mistake. These are quite a bit of concerns that are some of the negative sides with having a short-term rental. I would like to see information from PD, information from the NRC. Just if there were complaints and those complaints were solved, that's one thing. If we're talking about a pattern or repeated behavior, that is where I have some pause here and just would like to see that data before making a decision. And I imagine that's why this was recommended to us for approval, but it was 4-3. So it's a pretty split commission that got this particular recommendation here. I don't know if there are other comments. I would make a motion to send this back so we can get clarity on those. Yes, do you have more?
Osiris Nunez, planning staff. So if we look at page 3 of the report, we have the noise and disturbance complaints. It seems like, potentially speaking, that the opposition did reach out to the applicant at the time being. I'm not 100% sure if they reached out to like enforcement. If they didn't, we wouldn't have record of it.
Oh, so the planning department has checked with our staff, with PD, with NRC to see if those issues regarding noises, lights, vibrations, whatever, have been, if somebody has called, filed 311, whatever, and we've not seen anything in our system.
Based on the report, correct, page 3.
Okay. Okay, I still have some concerns here, but okay, thank you.
Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. I just want to echo Commissioner Stites and Commissioner Davis. This is Commissioner Stites' district. It's also my district. And I've been contacted by several members of the community who have real concerns about this property and the types of gatherings and kind of the acts occurring there. So at a minimum, I would agree that I'd like to see more data. It sounds like we don't have any more data, and the data we have is here. But there are real concerns in the community by people who live in this area about this property. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Lopez District 6. Yeah, I've been also contacted. I don't know why. I told them, I mean, this one heck of a party pad you got there. I like it. But, you know, it's just, I've been contacted by a lot of the neighbors about your party pad. Sexual activities going on in the backyard. And I told them, I said, well, just call the police. But for whatever reason, they didn't call the police. They called me, but, and other commissioners. But one heck of a party pad, though. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. Pacheco, District 5. So can you just give me clarity once more on the last time any of these parties that we're talking about occurred? That was anybody in the room who can answer.
Yeah, we had a small one last summer of 60 people. Yeah, I took it. So the complaints were the first and second year from Jimmy, our neighbor. Everything was super amicable, texting, calling, coming over, that kind of stuff. And we decided to put up kind of like some sort of tape system, you know, orange to make the property line different. And then that hasn't been an issue since. Yeah, it was just only people I knew that I would reach out to one-to-one. And at that point, like it went from, yeah, the first year it was like 300 people or whatever, because people heard word and it spun out of control a little bit, but we've dialed it back. This summer, there are none. My life's different, right? I'm married, I have children. It's a different phase of the property. It's all those things happen because I opened my doors. This time I'm closing my doors. I don't want my renters holding things like this. So it's a totally different thing. And you know, I've signed on the mortgage, my brother has, we have equity, all that sort of stuff. Like we have every sort of reason to have interest in making sure that this goes just like you want it to go.
You were never running this as a rental property before. You were using it as your own property where you were holding your own parties, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you were approved during the World Cup period for a short-term rental, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You are currently operating as such?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Quick question for the applicant. So when you talked about the community, serving the community, how many of those people in the community are actually from that area? When you talked about the 60 people in that party, were they from actually that area?
They're all from Kansas City, several people within 10 miles radius, several people within 10 minutes. Yeah, for sure. We have some of our families that rent our property. We have several in Wyandotte County. Some of them have come. We have investors that have come. We've invited all of our neighbors. Last year especially, we did that. Gave each of them a little flyer. So yeah, it's been helpful. Like several people have actually found their spouse from it. I've heard like 3 accounts of that, and people have spun up business partnerships and things of that nature. So you obviously heard about some of the worser things, but there's 100 times more positive stories as well about what's going on. And it's all kind of a moot point at this point. I understand looking at the past to dictate the future, but I mean, at this point, it's an Airbnb. It has been. There's been no complaints over the past 5 weeks that it has. We have 4.6 star reviews. We figured out the kinks around that, and Got a good team in place, multiple cleaners, professional manager. She manages 17 properties right now in Kansas City. So far, everything is on the straight and narrow, and I expect it to remain that way.
So it's safe to say that you've collected the data and you're moving forward with it.
Yep, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. There are no other questions. Can I get a motion?
I moved to.
Not in, buying them at large one, I am not inclined to support this. We've seen this before with our short-term rental situations. We've seen situations, in other communities where we had a large house and a pool and just out of control behavior in a neighborhood. That's exactly what we do not want with our Airbnbs. And we do want to support these opportunities for short-term rentals and entrepreneurship and folks to make some money, but not at the expense of these nearby residents. So I'm not inclined to support this application.
I do have a motion though from Pacheco.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Apologize.
Commissioner Stites, do you need to make a comment?
I do. Stites District 7. So per our short-term rental, and I know that this is through the duration of the World Cup, we made some changes. Is there any other short-term rentals? Because I think we have it as one block. Is that correct? One street? How many, are there any others?
One per face block. So a face block essentially, for example, if you see my mouse up here, you see how this street right here continues, but there's a breakage because of the cul-de-sac. So from here, which is North 91st, all the way up until this cul-de-sac, that would be a face block. It's both properties looking into the same property, into the same street.
Okay.
There's no current short-term rentals in this specific face block. This is a
But-
pretty long face block.
But
So-
that's not how you access this property.
No, that was just an example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
correct.
so for this particular applicant, so that street, is there any other, where is the face block?
It, w-
Or would
there's,
that run from state to parallel?
I'm not sure really if there's another street breaking, this main North 91st Street, but just looking at this, I believe so. If there was another short-term rental in this face block, the applicant wouldn't have been able to apply. So he's the first and only individual to apply for a short-term rental in this face block as of currently.
Okay. And you're calling that a face block?
Correct.
FACE? Okay. And I would like to get some clarification as to what a face block is at some point. You can email it to me.
Not an issue.
Just so I know what that means. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a second? Oh, comment, Commissioner Pacheco.
So the only other thing that I'll say, even though I've already made my motion to approve, is, so we can, past history does not predict future outcomes always. And here's the thing, the gentleman who's applying has applied for a short-term rental, and he's currently operating it as such. To our knowledge, we've had no issues with it as he's been operating it as a short-term rental. That's what we should judge it off of. Not the fact that any parties of any sort or any kind that were done there before. That was what was done there before. The gentleman is operating in a different way than he was before. And in the spirit of trying to promote entrepreneurship, I just think it's a disservice to folks who would potentially see this meeting and think, gosh, every single thing that I try to do in this county, there's a block towards me trying to do some sort of entrepreneurship. And I totally get the community concerns based off of what's happened there in the past. Absolutely. but that was the past. Now he has been operating it since Memorial Day without any issues to our knowledge, no parties. That's part of the policy. If there are parties there, then I know for a fact that on VRBO and Airbnb, then all of a sudden, not only are you breaking what you've entered with the unified government, but then those places will no longer allow you to continue hosting. So, that's what we have to judge this particular application on. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Mayor,
Commissioner Bynum?
just, is this your house, Dharma project, KC? Is that you,
Yeah,
this property?
I guess you could call it that. That's the organization or whatever you want to name it that we.
And the reason I'm asking is because it lists as of June 1 on Facebook that the house is on Airbnb, perfect for group retreats, team offsites, family reunions.
Those are the kind of folks renting from us right now.
Okay.
Yep.
But those types of events would fit within the confines of the Airbnb stipulations that we have for the special use permit. Would you say that's a fair statement?
When you say those kinds of events, what do you mean?
A retreat or a family reunion, and within the stipulations of this special use permit, Ms. Espinoza, if you don't mind, I'm sorry, I don't have my computer today, so I don't have the full packet. The maximum number per overnight stay is what per the stipulations in our packet tonight?
Cities News Planning. So short-term rental is 29 days or less for the guests to be on site. We're currently approving, or we're recommending approval for 9 individuals max.
9 people. And so my question is, per your Facebook advertisement, saying that it's good for retreats and family reunions, but we're saying 9 people, do those things go together?
Yeah, as long as it's 9 people, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Do I have,
I'm sorry, apologies. On here, you say up to 35 people. So will you be adjusting this?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
If I had said
thank you.
9, but yeah, 9 is what I would like, and that's what keeps the property safe. That's what we've been allowing. World Cup thing doesn't have any cap on it right now. If I may, on the World Cup permit, there is no cap stated, so, yeah.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question for staff. There's several indications in the paperwork that we received that is requesting that staff keep an eye on this property. Are we able to do that? Do we actually have staff to go back in and take a look at properties after they have been approved?
Cities and Youth Planning Department, it's hard. Currently speaking, we have 3 planners for the entire county, 1 zoning officer for the entire county. Now, that is within the planning department. When issues like this get brought up, also code enforcement can attend that property. I'm not necessarily sure what the numbers are looking for those individuals in that position. When there is issues out there, and it's brought up to our attention, we do provide it to our zoning officers as well as our compliance officers so they can take a look. To my understanding, they go out and check it out. I guess it just depends when that complaint is made. If it's on a Friday night, by the time we get out there, it could be Monday, it could be Tuesday. If that's still on site, great, we can address it. But if it's not on site, it kind of gets left there.
Okay, do I have a second? So I do not have a second, Mr. Badgley. So it sounds to me as if you have a property that either needs to go back to planning and zoning because there's no second for us to vote on this tonight. Question from Commissioner Stites?
Just a follow-up. So I went to the website, Dharma House Pool Party Extravaganza, Saturday, June 21st, 12 PM to 7 AM. DJ lineup, nightcap, bonfire. This is,
It would have been our very first year, right? We didn't do 7 a.m. anymore. Yeah. And also the music stops at 10 and then we move into the bonfire and that kind of thing. But yeah,
when you say we, you're an Airbnb person?
no.
Or who's we?
2021, it would be me and my business.
Right, you said that changed, but now you said we, when the music will stop at 10 and we move into a bonfire.
Yeah, that was our group that was running that in 2021. I had several people on a little committee that would organize it and keep it safe and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
So it appears that there's a conflict in what the property should be used for and what you've advertised, especially on Facebook. If there's.
Clarify the discrepancy.
Well, based on what Commissioner Bynum pulled up, you know, having it as a retreat, family reunions, but this is for occupancy for up to 9, right?
9, correct, yes.
And the way that it's described appears it is slightly a venue. You understand? Because if you post it that you can do family reunions and all that kind of thing, then that means you're going to have more. And you've already indicated there may have been activities with 30 or what have you.
There's never been any that was not my own. All the ones that have been more have been my own and I wasn't running it as an Airbnb.
Okay.
In this case, it's other people renting it for their own and I want to keep it contained and small just for the same reasons the city does.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what, Commissioner Stites?
Yeah, just follow up on that. And you were saying that was of 2021. And this says June 6th of 2025.
So we had a party till 7 a.m.
I'm just going off what's on the side. I wasn't there. I'm just going off what was said. I wasn't invited, but I'm just saying this says June 6th of 2025 that there will be a party, the pool party extravaganza on Saturday, June 21st. And that was June of 25. So just last year. I was just pointing that. Thank you.
Well, we don't have a second, so we can't affect. Commissioner Davis?
If I think there may be some confusion on what is allowed for you all as an organization and what we allow under the World Cup short-term rental policy, and then what we allow on our long-term kind of permanent short-term rental policy. So what I would make a motion is that we send this back for that analysis for staff to review those particular 3 things side by side so that we can see what makes sense and make a recommendation based off of that. Because what you all are asking for is after the World Cup, you already have your World Cup short-term rental, but after that, you want to continue to operate. We need to better understand your operations, what you're wanting to do. We're listing out way too many details about what sounds like an event center, which is great. We thank you all so much for that. This may not be the address. It may not be the place. If you all are saying, no, that's not the case, I would like more information and at the very least, allow that due diligence to happen. That would be my motion, is to send it back for that reason.
Okay, before I ask for a second, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess one
Mr.
piece of
Johnson.
information I would
Sorry, I got David and
answer to
Jonathan.
hey you and all that. I just, to get clarification, we've heard that you have a limitation of 9 people to sleep over in it. What limitation do you have of visitors that aren't the ones staying at the place?
Whatever you guys stipulate, but I would suggest 9. That would make sense in my head. Right now, we've never had any visitors come in. It's like a booking of 9 or less. They know each other. They're at the property. We can even see them because they're on the camera. We've had great communication through the app. They rated us 5 stars. We rated them 5 stars.
I think that's because what I've heard our commissioners bring to the fore was the past. I can appreciate Commissioner Pacheco's comment, but if there were no assurances about how many limitations on visitors to use the facility and enjoy the amenities up there, if you might want to have the conversation with our planning department to agree to a stipulation that you limit to 9 the number of visitors, period, which whether they stay there but can't have 10 plus visitors to enjoy a
Absolutely.
pool party.
And I can say last year, I think someone from city saw my Facebook post and they called me and we had a cordial conversation and came to the understanding there's nothing new I need to provide or do around this, that I'm allowed to have it because it's similar to like a birthday party. These are sober parties. We follow quiet hour rules and so on and so forth, and kept it pretty small last year. Also, that is not what we're doing here. This is an Airbnb with 9 guests. The 9 guests are one booking that are staying over. They're not to bring excess visitors. It's just a super straightforward, cut and dry business this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Citizens planning, commissioners, I just want to remind, you guys can make that condition in the staff report so you don't have to send it back to planning. You guys can say 9 is max, no more individuals on site, and that's it.
Well, I'm gonna say this. You know, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but they're trying to do a business, and I get that. And I don't see how this is any different than if I am in my house and I invite 30 people over. Now, I do understand this is a special use permit and for what it's used for. If they're not being disruptive, if you stop doing that where you are disturbing the neighbors nearby where they're complaining, I don't see what the harm is. Give him an opportunity to show us that he can do this and that they will be respectful of the neighborhood and do their due diligence. Hold them accountable for the past. We all have made mistakes. Let's push the reset button. And let's allow our residents to show us differently. We may not have the capacity to check it, but we're gonna check it, okay? We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna check on you, make sure. But I mean, it's gonna show up because residents are gonna complain, right? And then that's when it gets revoked, I guess, because you're not following the rules and the regulations that we've asked. So we either vote on this and let's give the man a chance and the family a chance to show us they're willing to do this, or we send it back and we don't vote at all. So there was something on the floor. Can I get a second? Commissioner Stites.
Besides District 7, as I very much, and as you well know, that I respect you very much.
Yes.
The difference in your example is you live at your house.
I live in my house.
You said if you invite 30 people to your house,
Yeah, I know.
right? And you're
I know
accountable,
the difference.
and you're accountable to your neighbors because you live there. You see them in the morning, you see them when you walk the dog, you're out there. That's the difference.
So
A
are we
special
saying
use,
they don't care about the residents?
I don't know if that's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying I think that
But
they do care about the area.
they-
I think they're willing to give it a chance. We need to give them that chance. That's all I'm saying. But if you all don't want to do that and you don't want to give me a second, then we're going to drop it. I can second. I second.
Mayor,
Clerk, what was the motion?
let me clarify the motion.
Okay, there was the original for Pacheco.
Yes, the original from Commissioner
Now his-
Pacheco
His,
was to
not
approve.
Commissioner Davis.
There was no second, so it
Wasn't
failed.
Commissioner Davis.
Then that was from Commissioner Pacheco that failed, it failed for lack of second. Then we had a motion from Commissioner Davis to send it back. That's the one that's sitting on the floor right now and has not been seconded.
Sounds like we need to party.
Can I go to the first?
We have a pending motion. We either withdraw it or
Well, my thing is, we'll see what happens. I'll withdraw my motion.
thank you.
Yeah, and if it don't, then you can bring it back. Okay, I second the first motion to approve.
Make that again.
Can I second?
Again. He needs to make it again.
to make it.
Make it again, Commissioner Pacheco.
I'll motion to approve.
Second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Kump,
No.
Howard,
No.
Burns,
No.
Hill,
No.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stite,
Oh,
Davis,
No.
Bynum.
No.
Vote is 1-8, the motion fails.
All right, now you go with your motion.
I don't want to make a motion for no reason. If we are absolutely not in favor of moving this forward, we can just go ahead and let it die here, and that will be what it is. I do think that there could be some in between, some happy medium here. And the only reason why I say that is because you all were already awarded a short-term rental because of the World Cup. So us denying it tonight doesn't mean they stop tonight or tomorrow. It means that they continue until July 31st, right? Which is quite some time. And so what I'm trying to do is give some sort of leeway for us to make sure that there's an understanding that it works for the model for your organization and that we get a more robust proposal from the Planning Commission, because it sounds like there's some disconnect there. So I will make a motion to send this back to the Planning Commission so that we can get clarity on the purpose of the organization, what you all are wanting to do at that address, and whether or not it aligns with our long-term, short-term rental policy.
Second.
It's been moved. Commissioner Davis, and second, can I get a roll call, please?
Who is the second, please?
I'm sorry. Pacheco.
Thank you. Roll call, Kump,
No.
Howard,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Hill,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
No.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
No.
The vote is 4-5, the motion fails.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pashley.
It wouldn't change. We need 6 to pass.
No, I'm sorry, sweetheart. They voted. Thank you, though. We tried.
So for clarification, my son.
I'm sorry. You
July
can't speak,
31st.
sweetheart.
They can go through have a meeting with planning and sit down and figure out.
Just
what
meet with
to do
planning.
Next.
Thank you. The last item on the non-consent agenda is approval of an ordinance amending the existing code provision regarding mileage reimbursement for planning commission members. I will ask our legal department to provide remarks.
And I would ask Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel, to address this issue. She spent quite a bit of time researching this.
Okay, Wendy?
Good evening, Mayor Watson. Good
evening.
evening, Commissioners. So this is the second time that this is before you. This would be a proposed amendment to our ordinance regarding reimbursement to the Planning Commission members
it's section 27-21 mileage reimbursement. It was proposed to change it. If you look at the second ordinance in your packet is what legal had proposed. That recommendation was denied 7-0 by the Planning Commission. When it was brought before you all, you had some questions as to what the planning commissioners, did they understand what was coming before them? Commissioner Stites made a good point about what were the other jurisdictions doing. And we did look into that after you asked. We asked the larger ones in the area. We asked Topeka, Wichita, Overland Park, Lawrence. Topeka does not pay mileage. Lawrence does not pay mileage. Overland Park didn't respond to us. Wichita does not pay mileage. So pretty much none of the other big cities pay mileage to their planning commission members. So this went back then to the planning commission so they could discuss it again. They modified it to what you see as the ordinance in front of you, which in my legal opinion makes it worse. The reason we wanted to amend our ordinance is because the state statute is very clear in 12-744 that the planning commissioners will not be compensated for their service. It prohibits compensating the planning commission members. However, an Attorney General opinion, it's Attorney General Opinion 96-16 that was issued in February of 1996. A question was asked, does that mean we cannot reimburse them for mileage expenses? And in that Attorney General opinion, it was stated that although the statute says that planning commission members cannot be compensated for their service, it's silent about reimbursement for mileage expenses. So because it's silent, a city or county, if it was a county planning commission, can home rule and have their own ordinance that would allow for mileage reimbursement to planning commission members. So our ordinance attempted to do that with its language by saying that planning commission members would receive $100 per month for mileage reimbursement. However, that's a flat $100 and every planning commissioner gets it for mileage reimbursement. Well, the way that is reads and is as it's applied, whether they turn in any receipts for mileage or not, they get $100. If they have no mileage, they get $100. If they have only a couple miles, they get $100. So anything that's not actual reimbursement for expenses then becomes compensation. And the statute's very clear. We cannot compensate them for their services. So what the legal department was trying to do was clarify this in our ordinance by amending it to make it that they can get the reimbursement up to $100 for mileage expenses with submission of receipts. So unfortunately, what is before you is the ordinance that was recommended by the planning commissioners, 7-0, which is again, a flat $100 each month for expenses. And that would be all expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. Again, the Attorney General opinion is very clear that a city could have an ordinance that did reimbursement for mileage, for travel expenses. So tolls, parking, things like that would be fine too, but not all expenses that they couldn't provide receipts for. In essence, what you would show for the IRS if you were having a home office, like what percentage of your internet did you use for this type of thing. That's not included. And the reason I discuss that is because in the Attorney General opinion, it specifically references two different statutes. One is 75-3223, which distinguishes compensation for members of state boards from expenses, and it specifically references travel expenses. And also 28-169, which authorizes a county with a population of less than 80,000 to pay travel expenses for county officers. So again, this AG opinion is discussing only travel expense reimbursement and not expenses for all of their expenses in the service of their duties. Again, do I agree that we shouldn't be able to compensate them? No, I don't. But unfortunately, that's what the statute says, is that we're not allowed to by statute. So what we would like to do is be able to give them their mileage expense, but they have to be able to, we believe they have to show what their mileage expenses are, because anything else is compensation, and that is not what the statute allows. It was brought to my attention that there was another Attorney General opinion, and this one is from 1977. It's 77-91. And it was brought to my opinion because it was thought that this Attorney General opinion stated that a flat rate would be fine for mileage reimbursement. But unfortunately, this Attorney General opinion is very fact specific. It was actually the Wyandotte County District Attorney at the time, Nick Tomasic, asking the Attorney General if it would be okay if he just received a flat rate each month for travel expenses, because in his experience, he was pretty much going to the same place. He had very reliable estimates. And so based on his past experience and his evaluation of his travel patterns, his mileage expenses were the same every month. So could he just get a flat rate rather than have to turn in a daily travel log? And the Attorney General said, under that specific situation, a flat rate would be fine. It would be comparable to him turning in a daily travel log. And in fact, the actual language used is, in my judgment, the use of a monthly flat reimbursement payment based upon reliable estimates and experience is merely an alternative method to the use of a daily log in computing the amount authorized by statute to be paid. So this was a very fact-specific Attorney General opinion based on what that district attorney was doing at the time, not applicable at all to the situation that we have at hand. I believe that Attorney General opinion from 1996, specifically dealing with reimbursing Planning Commission members for their mileage, is more applicable to the situation that we have at hand. So again, what you have before you is the ordinance, the version 1 recommended by the Planning Commission, which would be a flat $100 a month for all of their expenses. And then the second version, which is the version the legal department recommends, which we believe gets our ordinance finally in alliance with what the state statute says that we are supposed to be doing.
Thank you. Are there any comments? So we have before us the new ordinance, the way it is written. And that change is each member of the Planning Commission shall be eligible to receive up to $100 each month for mileage reimbursement for the use of his or her vehicle in the performance of his or her duties. Such reimbursement shall be at the state mileage rate and supported by appropriate receipts. I need a motion to approve. Yes, Commissioner Stott.
That's not what 9.3A says that was approved.
Correct. That's the,
We have to vote on that motion, that ordinance first? Or I'm a little confused here.
right. So what is before you is the recommendation by the Planning Commission, which approves the first ordinance, which was the flat 100. So depending on what you want to do, you could make a motion to deny the planning commission's recommendation and approve the ordinance amendment as set forth by the legal department, if that is what you want to do. You could make that a joint motion or a combined motion, or you could make a motion to approve the planning commission's recommendation, which would be the ordinance for the flat $100 a month. So
my motion is to deny and approve the new. That's my motion. I mean, I'm asking for a promotion. Yes, Commissioner Davis.
I have a question because this opinion from 1977, I think it's really, really tough for us to govern from one opinion to the next, one AG to the next. Under the language that is here, could one not make the argument that could one not make the argument that by the Attorney General saying, you know what, these are reliable estimates every month, I am therefore trusting you to travel for that amount of time for that particular stipend, and I don't need receipts, I don't need anything else, and that creates now a precedent for other county employees or local government employees?
I would say no, and specifically not for planning commissioners, because the properties change every month because the applications change. There's never the same properties. The only time it would be the same properties is if an application was held over. So you could be talking about a difference of 50, 60 miles every single month. So I don't think that that would be the case specifically in this situation. And I think that AG opinion, what he was saying, what the district attorney was saying in his request to the AG was, from my past experience, I go the same places every month. This is my travel pattern every month, rather than have to do a travel log every month and every day. Can I just get the same amount every month? Because it's the same thing. And that's not what the planning commission would be doing. And again, you have some planning commissioners that would be doing that traveling and some planning commissioners that wouldn't be doing the traveling. So some would be getting reimbursed for mileage that they did actually do, and then some wouldn't. It wouldn't be a reimbursement at all because they actually hadn't done any of the traveling. So that's why I don't think the flat rate is correct underneath the state statute, which says no compensation.
Gotcha. But we don't have any information regarding, like, any other details for this 1977 Attorney General opinion to verify that that is the case. You know what I'm saying? That, the district attorney at that time was indeed going from a predictable one address to the other. We don't have those travel logs to verify what the AG at that time was referring to.
And even if we didn't, I would state that it's still going to be, every single month is going to be different for each of these planning commissioners. And each of these planning commissioners may do something completely different. You've theoretically got 11 planning commissioners that could do, one may decide to go to 5 properties, 5 of the applications properties, and one may decide, no, I only need to visit 3. So each circumstance is going to be different for each of the planning commissioners. So one flat rate is not going to be the same for all of them. I don't think that opinion would apply to this situation at all.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So here's something that I'm just thought of. So what if, so they meet monthly, right? So who sets the amount? Do we have to go off of is it the federal reimbursement for mileage, right?
State rate?
So can we not change that? Can we change the rate?
No, unfortunately, we are obligated to use the state mileage rate by statute. We have to use the state mileage rate.
Because where I was going with this is, if you showed up, if you drove from wherever you live to a planning commission meeting, the wear and tear, you eating, you doing what you need to do, look on your internet service, then the rate that I think should be $100 for mileage and for those things, right? And it wouldn't be a flat, I guess it would be a flat rate in that sense, but I don't, here's what I'm gonna say. If we approve what planning commission approved 7-0, what's the ramifications? What happens? They come back and say, yeah, you're doing it wrong. They change it?
You're not.
We've been doing it since when? 1997 since consolidation. The AG opinion came back 30 years ago. Maybe we should have got another attorney general's opinion, something that was maybe in this century.
And we can still do that if that's what you all want to recommend. We can go get another attorney general's opinion on whether or not our ordinance as written is approved. It's going to take a few months. And in that meantime, we would still suggest that we don't do what we have been doing, which is pay the flat $100 a month because we don't think it comports to the statute. But if that is your direction, that we get an attorney general opinion on whether or not our ordinance is correct, we can absolutely do that.
I make a motion that we send this back and get a current attorney general's opinion regarding this. What? There's already a motion. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I was going to say, and we know that attorney general's opinions are not law, and they may or may not issue a new one, but the law, when you go back to it, does say that they shall not be compensated. And once you pay more than actual mileage, it does become compensation. And so there is a risk there. And there's a risk to them as well that they would be taxed on that, because it's not reimbursement. Another thing to do is it might be something you want to include in the legislative package to try and get, because it is sort of an archaic rule that they are so limited in what they can receive.
Okay. Thank you for that. And here's the thing. This is not taking into consideration at all that these folks, they use their own internet, they use their tablets, their whatever they do to do their research in getting, and I'm only going to speak for my appointment. My appointment is very much involved, goes to these locations. I'm not saying he goes to every one, but he definitely goes to these. And I will tell you, I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's got 100% attendance record to the commission meetings. So he's at them, he's actively. So $100 is really pretty small amount for the amount of work that they are doing.
In our opinion, does not extend to the fairness of the situation. It's strictly on the law.
And they're still getting up to $100 if they're doing the mileage. That should not be an issue. What I want to raise the concern of is if we haven't been abiding by the law, and we now are, we've just made this public, first of all. Secondly, there are other commission boards where people are not being compensated and they're using internet and they're driving to these meetings and they're not being compensated for mileage. This is the only commission board that is being allowed to do that by ordinance.
Is that accurate? Are we the only one in the state of Kansas that is doing this?
Out of all the ones that we reached out to all the big cities, and all the ones that responded to us said, yes, that is correct. Nobody else was compensating or reimbursing their planning commission for their mileage.
And that's of the 5 that we reached out to of the 105 counties.
Right, and
So
we
what,
reached out to the big ones,
But,
correct?
but I'm not just talking about outside our county. I'm talking about, are there any other commission of our committee boards
No,
that we pay mileage for?
that's correct. No, we don't pay mileage to anybody.
Planning Commission are the only ones out of UG.
are any of the other boards going out and driving to planning commission projects or items that are brought up? Or are they going from their home or work to a meeting space? Because these are not they're not the same every month.
Well, we don't know that because we don't know what's happening in those committees where they may be doing that.
Well, I know they're not asked.
Keep going out of their way. Like, let's say for those who are on the housing authority, they may be going to, a different location, I mean, that's not for us to call, but we still don't give them mileage. So I think that this is a fair amended ordinance that allows them to get up to $100 without us taking it away while we follow the law.
So, and I guess the answer, because we had asked this, right? Home rule does not apply here, right?
It applies in that we can have an ordinance that allows for mileage reimbursement. It would not allow us to charter out of the statute saying that we cannot compensate them for their service.
And let me ask you, why is that? I mean, how come who decides when home rule can apply and when we can't? That means it's kind of, why
Right.
is that?
So it depends on if if that statute can be, if it has an application across, can it be fairly applied to all cities and counties? And this one can. There is no cutouts for any particular city or any particular county. So there's no way to charter out of it. But what that AG opinion did say was because it was silent on mileage reimbursement, then we could have our own ordinance on that aspect. And that's why we did have our ordinance on that aspect. We could use our home rule power to do that, but we can't charter out of the statute.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. I have 2 points. The first one being, I've read KSA 12744 and the AG opinions. Seems to me the issue is we can home rule out of reimbursement, but not compensation. Is
Correct.
that right? So the way it is defined or categorized, which is interesting. My second point is that if we are going to pass a statute that makes reimbursement contingent upon mileage and expenses, it shouldn't be capped at $100. It shouldn't really be capped at all because it's very likely that some of these board members could, accrue expenses well above that. And if we're, empowered to reimburse, and we should reimburse some of their entire amount. So those are just 2 thoughts I wanted to kind of put in front of the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
I think there was a motion to send this, well, actually, not to send it back, but for us to get an AG opinion on this. I would be fine with, I don't know, because it needs 8 votes to override the planning commission, or 8 votes. I don't know if we have 8 votes in this room right now to get this through. So I'm just, for the sake of the evening, I think a lot of folks are waiting for the budget. I would second that motion, if I understand it correctly, Commissioner Stites, for us to put a hold on this so we can get an AG opinion. So I'm saying I would second the motion to, I guess to not act on this so that we can get an opinion from the AG on this. I don't think we have 8 votes to do anything tonight.
Just to be clear, I thought I was told I couldn't make a motion. I thought when I tried to make the motion to say, to get an AG opinion, that I was told that there was already a motion, and that's when I said, I'm sorry, and is that not?
No.
I just
Where's your
asked
motion?
a motion to deny
Mhm.
the planning commission and approve the amended, and I read that. So that's what I asked for a motion. I didn't get one because you wanted to intervene with a question.
So is this the appropriate time? Because I don't want to get yelled at like I did the last time. To make a motion.
State my answer.
Absolutely.
This, I just realized was sent back once. Therefore, it would only take 6 votes because it requires the 8 votes if it hasn't been set back. So a modification to their decision would only require 6. You can proceed as you'd like, obviously, but the request for an AG's opinion would take quite a while, and it may or may not be granted. And again, it is not, at the end of the day, it is not law. It's guidance. It's good, normally very good guidance, normally. But
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say, I want to make the motion that we send it back so that we get an attorney general's opinion.
Commissioner, you've already made that motion.
Oh, I thought I was told, I know. All right. If I did, great. That's my motion.
You have a second.
Who's the second?
I was a second, but can I clarify something? If this goes back, right, we're not going to get the AG opinion by that time. So I guess the question becomes, should we just allow this to kind of just not go forward, get the AG opinion, and then go from there? Because I don't want to waste folks' time of discussing something. We will not get an AG opinion by the time the planning commission meets. So I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, so then can I make the motion that we send it, and we don't hear this again until we get an attorney general's opinion? Is that?
And you may not receive an opinion, so I would.
Before the next planning commission meeting, right?
Or at all. They are not obligated to issue an opinion on items.
Well, heaven forbid, they would have to do that.
So the motion could be that we continue it to request the opinion.
Okay, I withdraw my motion, and I'm gonna make a motion that what the planning commission approved 7-0, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call. It's been moved by Stites, second by Comp. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Kump,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Hill,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Thank you.
I'd be willing to bet we get an AG opinion now.
Just know we get audited. Y'all voted. That you just want y'all to know that. Okay. That it. That is the end of planning and zoning agenda. That concludes it. Our portion of tonight's meeting. We will now move to the regular portion of our agenda, administrator's agenda. We have one item scheduled under our administrator's agenda this evening. Item number 13.1 is a continuation of the budget process. The presentation this evening will be focused on CIP or capital improvement projects. I'll turn the matter over to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnston, for opening remarks and introduction of staff.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Every year during the budget process, we do an overview of departmental requests to include and create within our budget document a capital improvement program. To lead this discussion, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Director of Budget, Reginald Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for coming, and I just want to thank all the staff for your patience this evening as we go through our agenda. You've been diligent and been here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you and your time.
So this evening, we're going to review the capital needs for the next 6 years for the organization. Today, we have Parks and Rec present with us, Angel Ferrara. We also have Police Department's Chief Oakman. And then we also have our Fire Chief, Chief Rubin. And then from Buildings and Logistics, we have Greg Wooten. Then also, we're going to cover technology. I'll be covering it. And then we have from Emergency Management Director, Jennifer Tarwater. And then from Public Works, we have Brandon. Oh, I see Brandon. Okay, all right. Brandon's going to be presenting for Public Works. So what we're going to do tonight is look at departments' requests for what they have that is funded for the 2026 amended capital budget all the way up out until 2031. We'll look at what was not funded. Also, we'll look at assets that have failed or that are near failure. Also, we'll concentrate and look at also recently acquired assets. And also, we'll view capital from a lens of our community survey that we did earlier this year. And then also look through a lens of our 4 pillars, which are uphold physical sustainability, foster economic development, and focus on service and communication, and also improve infrastructure. So as we go through our capital process each year, we have 5 different committees. We have a core technology group. We have a core infrastructure group. Also, we have a core facilities group. And then we have a core equipment group. And also one that we added this year is a core Parks and Rec group because they have acquired a lot of assets over the last few years and really built the parks system up. So we have a committee for them now. And some of the things that we do in these committees, we've probably had these committees for about 7 years. We try to streamline all the projects that come through the organization because they come from all our 40+ departments. And one thing we found that we had a lot of departments that would be submitting projects. So we funnel all the projects through whatever subject matter core group they would need to go through. And one thing that we have found through the years is we're able to source projects based on if we have the resources to do them as far as personnel, also the talent of making sure we have the talent to be able to do it, and then also definitely looking at the funding. And it does make sure that we're not approving projects that'll be sitting around. Once these projects go through these committees, they move pretty quickly. So one of the things we're looking at on the screen here is just kind of start out a summary of capital. The middle chart there is our city debt projects, and it's kind of want to give the elected body a view of what we have funded in the past. So in 2023, we funded almost $20 million. In 2024, we funded a little bit over 15 million. And then in 2025, the year we went revenue neutral, we took a pause on funding debt. And then we started back in 2026 where we funded $10 million. And Dr. Knieven, she definitely has visited with the commission about her debt policy that she put in place to make sure we're not spending 44% of our city mill levy on debt. We have dropped it slightly to about 41%. And then the chart on the far right-hand corner is the city general fund and the cash capital projects that we have funded from there from 2023 to what's been requested in 2026. So we can see there we got $6 million in both 2023 and 2024. And then in 2025, we did fund about $11 million, and part of that was from the Plaza at the Speedway payout, which we were able to do a lot of pavement preservation, which Brandon definitely led. And then our chart down at the bottom, right left-hand corner is our 2026 capital budget versus 2026 capital requests. And these are all cash project requests. None of these are debt. So we can see where enterprise funds, the 2026 request is 11.9 million and the 2027 request is 19.8 million. And then other funds, these include all our funds outside of the enterprise funds. And we can see there we have about a $50 million gap from what we have in the 2026 budget to the requests that are in the 2027 budget. And then the last chart there is the county general fund. And these are the cash projects that we have funded over the last 2 years. So in 2023, we funded almost $3 million. In 2024, we did fund $3 million. And in 2025, we funded about $1.5 million. And then in 2026, we got $2 million that we're funding.
Reggie, can you, for the sake of the community, explain what enterprise funds are?
So enterprise funds are our funds that are self-sufficient within the organization. So example of that would be our sewer utility fund. They basically run on their own as far as they don't pull in any property tax dollars or any sales tax dollars. They charge for the service that they provide, and that helps run that fund. And we have other enterprise funds that do the same thing. So for another example would be our Sunflower Hills golf course. It's completely run off of patrons who play golf there. So they don't require any sales tax or property tax from those.
Would another example be like Monarch Stadium?
It is an enterprise fund, but it's running low. So there may be sometime we do have to, or there is a transfer that goes there from the city general fund. So it's not fully an enterprise fund. So current slide, we're looking at our financial statements for the county general fund. So we have two financial statements. One of the financial statements we did review back on June the 4th in our personnel budget workshop that we did. And what we have in there as far as assumptions is getting a bump of 4% in property tax based on assessed values. Assessed values did go up 4%. Also, we have some trended information in there as far as personnel. Then we have base budgets built out for capital at the base level with a 3% additional going out from 2026 to 2027. And each year there's an increment on there for 3% in that long range forecast that we looked at on June the 4th. So some of the key things that you can see there is that in the 2027 budget, we were about $892,000 more expenses going out than revenues. And then as we move out into 2028, we jump up to about $1.2 million. And we do have a fund balance of $3.2 million, but our fund balance in 2028 drops to 3.2%. And we do like to keep a fund balance policy-wise of 25%. That is the recommendation. And we can see as we get out into that long-range model of the model with the 4% increase that in 2030, we would not be able to approve a budget. So the second model is the county general fund, and it consists of fully funding items. When we met last time, the question was asked, what if we brought back all the positions that we had frozen since 2024? So that number has been added there, and that's about a $6.4 million that's been added and is equivalent to 80 positions. And then we would restore, in this model, we're restoring capital to levels that it was in 2024, and that's adding $2.2 million to the budget. And then also there is some debt that we fund for like annual maintenance projects. So we would also try to stop debting those projects. And that would add about $5.2 million to the model. So we can see in 2027's budget that we would have a negative fund balance and we wouldn't be able to approve a budget without making some adjustments. So we see that we're like $8.1 million in the hole. So the reason for this model here is just to kind of show the question was asked, if what does a fully funded budget look like?
Right.
And this gives an idea of that, but there's more things to still add to this. This is just a start of it.
Okay. Commissioner Davis.
Very quickly, thank you, Mayor. Was there a reason why we commingled fully funded capital and unfreezing positions in the same forecast?
So the reason we did that was because we had looked at personnel on June 4th, and the question was asked, what if we were to like unfreeze some positions? So we just kind of wanted to get a view of that and show it with capital. There was no particular reason, but since we had covered personnel subject matter and we're covering capital tonight, that is the reason.
Gotcha. So the base model of 4%, do we have an idea or a percentage of funded capital projects within that forecast?
And so when you say funded capital project, so it would be at like a base level. So the same amount that we would be funding in the 2026 budget is the amount that we would be funding in the 2027 budget. Is that answering your question? Or?
Yeah, so basically the top rectangle is inflation, right? Pretty much the budget pretty much stays the same, but it goes with inflation. And then the bottom is we are going above inflation, but that above inflation isn't necessarily for capital projects. From what I'm hearing, it's the unfrozen positions.
So it's the unfrozen and capital projects in the bottom model.
Okay. How much of, let's say in 2027, how much are we talking of that increase is just capital, not unfrozen positions?
So there'd be restoring to the base that we had in 2023, it'd be $2.2 million. And then if we were to shift some debt over to the county general fund that we usually pay for maintenance, it'd be another $5.2 million. So we're looking at about $7.4 million that has been added just for capital.
Just capital, and that would be for 2027?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'd have that, and that would carry out each year and grow at a 4% multiplier. So one of the key things here is that, just to keep in mind, every dollar we add, there's an effect on the fund balance. Also, fully funding, like on the expenditure side, we can see it definitely does break our fund balance. So now we're going to move over to the city general fund. And again, looking at the city general fund, the top model is a model we looked at 2 weeks ago on June 4th when we were looking at personnel. Model that particular model does include the 4% assessed value. Also, it does include like trended information. Also, it does include capital at the same rate that was funded for the 2026 budget at a 4% increase. We do have personnel in there for police and fire where they do have some expiring grants that are reflected in that particular model also. So we can see in the 2027 budget, we are spending $5.3 million more funding than we have coming in revenues. And then when we get out to the 2030 budget, that's where we start to have some issues as far as not being able to approve a budget. But all the years in between there, we still do not have our 25% fund balance that the commissioners passed at one point in time for us to keep a 25% fund balance. And then the model at the bottom is our city general fund. And this does include increased capital in the amount of about $3.6 million, which gets us back to the level of 2023. And then we would propose also shifting debt for annual maintenance over to about $4.2 million, which is a total of about $7.6 million. Also, we definitely have restored prior year funding here also at $9.3 million, which is equivalent to about 116 positions in the city general fund. And then also, we do have a special street and highway fund where we pay 30 employees out of. And one of the things we'd like to do is move people out of that special street and highway fund and pay for street preservation so that we don't have to debt it. So to move those 30 people would be about $3.1 million. So that has been added in there also. And so looking at that particular model, we can see in 2027's budget, we would be able to approve a budget, but we'd be going from like a $40 million fund balance to a $7.2 million fund balance. And we'd be spending 25 million more dollars in expenses and revenues that we have coming in. And we drop our fund balance from 21% to 3.4%. And we can see in 2028 that we wouldn't be able to approve a budget any of the years going out from 2028 to 2031. And the key thing here again is every dollar that we do add to the budget, we're impacting or breaking our fund balance.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Adriana Lemafar, a Senior Budget Analyst, and I'm going to talk about our commission priorities. You know, we always have to have a slide on this just to remind you of our commission priorities. Today, we also are going to feature check marks next to these priorities on each of our departmental slides. And so I just wanted to explain what those check marks mean. Each department got a check mark for upholding fiscal sustainability and focusing on service and communication, because these are organization-wide tenets that every department must attend to. And then we added a check mark for foster economic development and improve infrastructure if the department scored a 2 or higher on a scale of 0 to 4 for those strategic goals the last time we did priority-based budgeting. So I think that was a few years ago now. We are currently revamping priority-based budgeting, but we haven't rescored our strategic goals. So those check marks are based on scores from the last time we did that.
So first department's projects that we're going to cover is Parks and Rec, and Angel Ferrara is going to cover that information for us.
Yep, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and public. So Angel Ferrara with Parks and Recreation. This first slide here will cover cash projects that you'll see requested in the 26 amended and 27 budget. So that first box, I'm not going to go through each bullet point just in respect for time, but I am going to cover the highlights, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end on anything else you might see on these two slides. So I want to start with an initiative that we've been working on over the last several months with the Sunflower Hills Golf Course, focused on the clubhouse. So that first request will be for additional planning dollars in the event that the guidance would be to move forward with construction of a new facility. I will dive into more details on the second slide, on the debt funded slide, so we'll come back to that. But I do think it's important to just reiterate, like Reggie said, that the clubhouse and the Sunflower Hills Golf Course operations is an enterprise fund. And so again, just a reminder, what that means is self-supporting operation off of the user fees and charges. Request that you'll see upcoming too is for Pearson Community Center HVAC. That is for replacement. It is an existing boiler chiller system there. The boiler is original from 1985. The chiller was replaced in around 06, so 20 years old, but in need of replacement. Our banquet halls are a large portion of our revenue generating for the department. And last year, Pearson Park
Our Pearson Community Center had 109 reservations out of 330 total, so about a third of the reservations for the department and banquet halls. You'll also see on here Parkwood Community Center improvement. So a little bit of a description on what that is. For the last 60 years or so, we did have a partnership with a user group that operated outside of the community center portion of that facility. As of recent guidance from leadership and the growing demand from the community to turn that space back into more of a community center, that's the direction we've been moving. So the existing user group, we've been working with them very smoothly over the last few months to transition them out. They are vacating the space at the end of July. And the department staff has identified that additional dollars do need to be invested into the interior of the space to bring it back up to standard, to restore that to the community for reservation space. Some larger projects that you'll see also in 27 and the 5-year plan would be considerations for a replacement for Parkwood Pool. And so I know that we brought information to the commission, the conditions assessment last year that had really good information, but we've just been taking a high-level look at what could be done in the existing footprint and trying to get an idea of magnitude of cost within the existing footprint. The reality is with that facility as well, it's over 50 years, and at the end of its life, our team does an amazing job of keeping it running. However, at some point, our luck will run out. We also have a request in there for land acquisition. So what that is to continue efforts to hopefully eventually identify some parkland out in the western portion of our county. We do know that this is a desire for the residents out there to bring our services of parks and recreation west of 435. And so to do so, just having those dollars to be able to identify some land acquisition to make that a reality. Some other items listed there are really just our annual projects or annual programs for the department. I won't go into detail, but moving on to that yellow box, some of the larger critical projects that we've identified in the 5-year plan is the replacement of the Marshall Creek Bridge. So that is there, and hopefully we can be, still on the cash slide, sorry. Still working towards identifying some additional dollars that might be available. I think that's, well said for any of these projects. And then 2 other items that are pretty large are the water lines in our county parks. If you recall, we recently completed the 5-phase water line project at Wyandotte County Lake. Wyandotte County Park and Pearson Park are no different. Water lines in those 2 county parks are also original and in need of replacement. The Beatrice L. Lee Community Center exterior pedestrian bridge has come up quite a bit lately, so we have identified that. We are working to obtain a little bit more information on exactly what the approach forward needs to be, as well as some options, but at first look, it is going to be a pretty costly repair. I do want to note that in total, the dollars requested for the Parks and Rec Department for 27 projects between cash and debt is roughly 17.1 million. So I'll go to the next slide too. Keep it moving. So just to talk about debt and some other considerations. So we have been, like I said, working on master planning for a new clubhouse. This would be a full replacement. We've been working really closely with the Golf Advisory Board. They actually are here tonight. They're still here. 10 of the 12 members showed up. So if they want to just stand real quick just to be recognized, that'd be great. But they've been working really hard. They normally attend quarterly meetings for their board. They've been meeting religiously monthly. And so they are very passionate about this project. The clubhouse, again, is 50 years old next year in 2027. Oh. Are they standing? I think they need to stand. They've been sitting for 3 hours. That's probably why they're standing. Let them have their leg time. Let them exercise. So we've got some initial concepts that have been unanimously decided on, and then also a preliminary draft cost budget and program for a new build. And so what we're looking at right now is roughly 9.5 million for that facility. We've been working really closely with our CFO and budget department too to find scenarios and strategies for funding that specific facility, but it is in need of replacement. And we've done the work over the last few years to have that conditions assessment on the facility too, and that's supporting data. Also on the debt request, you'll see the lake roads. We've kind of been kicking that out the last few years. Now that we are done with that 5-phase water line project, it's a good time to get that done and, when funds become available. Kind of just in the orange box showing a list of just some of the assets that we have that are very critical and in need of that larger capital investment. So again, like the clubhouse that we discussed, talking kind of through that a little bit. Parkwood Pool, you see Marshall Creek Bridge up there, a lot of the ones that we've mentioned before, and just really wanting to be in a proactive spot, not a reactive spot to these projects to the best of our ability. And then also in this green box, just want to bring some more information of some of the other assets that have recently come back into the department's inventory. So like we talked about, the Parkwood Community Center, so not only capital investment, but thinking about operating and the recreation personnel it'll take to reopen that back up. Riverview Park, so if you remember, the organization has had a long time agreement with Turner Recreation Commission. Well, we have been given that back from Turner Rec as of 2025. Their participation numbers are just down in their programs right now, so they just hadn't been utilizing it in the capacity that they had in years past. And then the last two things I'll just mention is the Riverfront Park and the parkland that we've inherited in that area. And then also looking ahead, I know we've been working really closely with Public Works on the levee trails and just starting conversation on eventually what that looks like to fold the maintenance into the Parks and Recreation's purview. And now I'm going to pass it on to Chief Oakman.
Good evening. As you can see with the police department, we'll go in order of debt and then the cash projects for 2027 and 2028 to 2031. Our biggest and our most important on the list is the West Patrol Division. And as you can see, we're asking for the 16.5 million, 2026, 1 million, which we're in the process of design. And then 2027, 9.5 million. And then 2028, an additional 6 million. And one of the reasons the 10.5 million is what was put in place in late 2021, and it's been pushed every year. So unfortunately, what we could buy for 10.5 million in 2021 has changed in 2026, 27, 28. In addition, we're also relocating 2 other divisions to the new South Patrol, which is the traffic unit, eliminating that expense, as well as our special operations unit, which is currently located in Argentine. So we would be selling that facility and moving those 3. So there'll be 3 divisions in the new West Patrol. And one of the reasons why we're moving, as we mentioned, the SOU, our Special Operations Division, just from dealing with World Cup, it's been invaluable to have most of our equipment. Right now, we have to bring it from Argentine out to the base camp. With it being relocated in the new West Patrol, those assets would be readily available, especially with anticipating the new Chief Stadium, as well as the Sporting KC, Monarchs, as well as the Speedway. And even in addition to Mattel coming, which some of that parking lot will be KCK. So unfortunately, we would be the ones that would assist Bonner Springs when it comes to specialized equipment and specialized units. So that puts all of our major assets within 5 minutes to get to those major events. Moving on to the projects 2027. This is another, as you see in the city general, the headquarters brick replacement and marble replacement. This is, if you've seen the condition of police headquarters, we know we can't ask for a new headquarters. So we have to take care of a building that was built in 1932. One of the issues is the marble and the brick is in need of repair. In fact, the marble, the majority of it at the bottom is cracked. If you've come over the police headquarters, you would see that. So we're trying to anticipate replacing that marble with stone and then cleaning up the brick. And then major station facility improvements that goes across all of our facilities from community policing to East Patrol Division. And cloud backup solution for all police department data. This is something that will protect us from, in the case of getting a data breach, that all that data will still be safe and encrypted, as well as our cybersecurity developing technologies, and that is just getting more advanced cybersecurity software and hardware, and just renewing some of the software that we have in place. And vehicle and body worn camera program, that's always a constant maintenance upgrade throughout the life of the cameras in the system. And then in the dedicated sales tax, one of the things we added was a police department staffing study, which is something that we may look at implementing to really discuss and look at our staffing and how our resources are allocated. Then the next item, the police headquarters window and door replacement. That's another item that has been pushed from year to year. And like I said, a building built in 1932, and some of the windows have been replaced, but it's still in need of replacing. And then computer aided dispatch and records management system in the cloud. We got our system in 2016, I believe, and most systems now are moving to the cloud. We're still on premise. And as you notice, even with our data, one of the things once I became chief, I realized we had too much of our data in systems were on premise when everyone was going to the cloud. Much better cyber security and cost effective when it comes to storage. And so we're looking at moving away from having all these systems on premise, as well as the cost in the long term. You save that way, you don't have to actually have the hardware and the servers. Go.
On your data and your technology, how does this work within current UG data and technology? Are you guys 100% separate? Or is there efforts to work collaboratively and be all in one system?
Well, there's some things that are separate. We have two separate networks, and some of that has to do with the criminal justice information systems, that you have to have two separate networks based on the data that you have. But we are in the process of working and looking at some things that we can do jointly to save. Sometimes there is a cost. I know that common sense will tell you, oh, you can save more, but that's not always the case. Because different, even with the regular UG versus law enforcement, there's different rates we can get that the UG can't. Just different things like cell phones and a lot of other things. So you have to look at the item or the hardware or the software to see, in fact, if it actually is going to save you money, or is that just something that you assume. And we found out sometimes doing things jointly doesn't necessarily save you money. So we just have to be diligent about what we do and what we look at.
You guys are exploring how you can work collaboratively for those savings.
Yes,
Because I would think you could still stay on your same system, but if we have cloud storage, I mean, you know what I'm just saying, like in putting the two together so that you're not paying a separate fee and then we're paying a separate fee.
Right.
You say it as if you say UG in the police department. Do you consider that to be two different? Aren't we all UG?
Well, we are UG, but certain systems we're not. So I mean, like, even when you look at the FBI and C just sees us as the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, not the UG. When you talk about National Crime Information Systems and Center, they see us as the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, not the UG. Certain things we are considered the UG, but those are some things that are separate. And fire has some of the same issues. Some of the stuff is beyond our control.
Do you all have your own separate IT people?
Yes, we do. That works with UGIT people.
Okay, and they work with
Yeah.
UG people?
Yes.
How many IT people do you have?
I have, depending on what they do, we have about 5. So UGIT can't work on body cameras. We have people that work on specific police equipment, like
Okay.
body cameras and
Okay.
doing all that.
We don't have to
And-
go into no other explanation. We can talk.
But I will tell you though, I do have experience coming from Kansas City, Missouri. I merged Kansas City Police Department with the city of Kansas City's IT on certain things because they were separate and there was common things that they could do together.
Okay. Well, I would think, because if you're gonna need funding for more police, because you don't have the grant, we gotta figure out how we can, if we can do that. Thank you, Chief.
Next, we'll have Chief Rubin from our Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department presenting his capital project.
I wasn't, but
Oh, were you?
I guess I am.
Oh, sorry.
You're not
I'm
finished.
sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Pacheco has a question.
For Chief Oakland, before we get to the
Yes.
department, if it's okay. So, and if we can go back to the last slide, that'd be great. If not, I was just trying to figure out, Chief, Oakman, when it says, requests for the computer aided dispatch and the body worn cameras in one area underneath general fund and another area underneath dedicated sales tax, is that saying that those two amounts combined together is what you think you need in order to come up with what you need to fund those particular things? And you're just saying that you are parsing out one portion of it under a dedicated sales tax and one portion under the general? I just want to understand that correct.
Yes, and budget can give you a little more clear, but yes, that's
Okay.
How that works.
Thank you.
And I did mention, failed to mention one under debt where we have East Patrol Division. That's just something that we're looking at in 2031 is actually, and it's something that the long-term plan for Quindaro, one of the things we're looking at is actually building an East Patrol station in the actual Northeast. So that's the plan for 2031, not not to say that it would happen, but we have it on our list. And then the other, in 2831 is really, if you look, we have some other issues that I would look at, like some of the things are repeated. Yeah, I can see it better. Some of the things are repeated, but one of the new things there is the costs will kind of switch over because we'll continue to push out what we can. We just want to list it out as needs, but we will continue to push it out. And as you can see, the vehicle and body worn camera program will get more expensive because that's when it's starting to come up for replacement. And like I said, most of our things are just to function and repair infrastructure. There's not a lot of wish lists on our list of items.
Commissioner Lopez.
I just wanted to piggyback off the chief about your software update. I understand, and it, not like a separation from the UG, but it has to be separate because there's, police records that need to be police records and not part of the UG. I understand that. Thank you.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I got elected in 2015 and started asking for an East Patrol Station in the Northeast area. So it's nice to see that in 2031, we might get that. My fellow commissioners that were joining me in that request are not on the commission anymore. But it remains a goal. So I appreciate seeing it actually make its way onto a list with a possible date. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we all inherit things from the past. As I mentioned, we built the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, started in 1886, and they built the first standalone police station in 2018. So I'm just saying, throw us a little love. Thank you very much. That completes, unless you have any questions.
Now we'll turn it over to Chief Rubin from our Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner, Administrator Dennis Rubin, Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department. If you'll take a look at the left upper box, projects rather, we have a collection of 16 fire stations that are in various states of needing repair, some much more than others, a few not too terrible. And then we have 2 newer stations for the total collection of 18. This year alone, in 2026, we were budgeted $500,000. Thank you for that. However, we have had replacing the HVAC system at Rosedale, Station 10, at Bethel, Station 4, and at Piper, which is East Piper, rather, Station 8. I'm saying that to mention those failures are just a representation of things yet to come. We tried to upgrade kitchens. Some are not in effective shape. Bathrooms, we have facing us the bathroom issue that was passed by the General Assembly. So as you'll note with the cash projects, each year the number goes up by $500,000. Again, it's our request to be able to make the repairs that are going to continue to need to be made as the collection of fire stations only gets older. The oldest one in the system, I think, as most of the commissioners were able to celebrate with us, is 102 years old now. That's Kensington Park, built in 1924. The middle block on the top line is our debt. We're hoping this year to continue with the process to replace the Fire Station 20, which is Muncie, along with merging the Fire Station 19, which is Victory Hills. We're really excited about that project, and I know the question typically comes up about the union's commitment. I would just mention at the last master planning meeting, which was presided by Bridget Cobbins, it was recommended by Local 64, the president of 64, in fact, that we look for a site. I don't think the site contract has been complete, so I won't mention it, but we were able to get the site in the exact area that the union mentioned, which is very close to both Fire Station 19 and Fire Station 20. It also gives us a great advantage to get to the interstate, which will allow our resources to first and foremost handle automobile accidents, which are approximately 5 to 10 a day throughout the city, as well as getting from one side of town to the other. So that's pretty exciting. But with that money, that would essentially replace 2 stations. Now, the other benefit that we're very excited to tell this commission about is we would expect a minimum of about a $20 million savings by replacing 2 stations with 1. Just to recall, Station 16 and 17 merged. There hasn't been any issues that we're aware of. That went together in 2024. It's been moving along very smoothly, and this will be the same strategy. We feel like actually the 2 communities that are in question will actually be better covered from the station that we're going to hopefully build. For our recently acquired assets, rather, Station 16, which is Turner, that opened in 2024, and Station 12, which is West Piper, that opened up approximately 5 years ago, and both are doing great. This week, we have 3 ambulances that were received that are being prepared and ready to go into service. That's also very important to recognize that some of our ambulances exceed 250, 300,000 miles. So as those ambulance gets retired, we'll continue to have an influx. We typically need at least 3 a year. And again, with this commission support, we've been able to do that. 2 pumpers are being prepared and ready at the shop again. So they recently came in. We changed manufacturers, saved about $250,000, which we're proud of. And then various support vehicles are working directly with the budget office to downsize. I know that's been a concern of this commission, the amount of larger SUVs to much smaller vehicles. So that is in process. And again, recently, the first one of hopefully 4 or 5 will be has been received and then will be placed in service shortly. The unfunded list is obviously significant. We'll continue to produce and provide a master plan that will be effective, hopefully for about the next 15 or 20 years or longer, that takes care of the facilities, the fire apparatus, the ambulances, the staffing, and I could go on, but it is comprehensive. And then the highest needed assets, the only one that was a typo, Station 17 no longer exists. If you look at the bottom center block, it's in orange. On the extreme right, the second item, that station is gone. It's off the boards. 16 and 17 have merged. But for the most part, I think we didn't want to overwhelm you because all but 2 fire stations need to have some tender loving care. So with that said, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
No, I have a question. So I'm trying to understand, when you talk about the debt in the middle, is this the debt you need to pay back?
Ma'am, that's the debt that will actually pay for the fire stations. We'll have to sell bonds to be able to build the combination station, which will replace both Muncie and Victory Hills.
And then when you talk about the high need assets down below, are
Yes,
these
ma'am.
all of the stations? All of them have high need?
Ma'am, you own 18 fire stations and 16 need work today. And some are in really rough shape. In fact, Station 20 is in the roughest of shapes.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
yeah, that's a lot.
Well, like the chief said, we've got a lot of work to do. It's all good work too.
Commissioner Davis.
On the cash projects, Chief, for 2027, it says $1 million for facility improvements. Have we identified what facilities those are?
Oh, yes, sir. Among the things that need to be addressed sooner than later is the ability to have appropriate men's and women's room. Out of the total collection of 18 fire stations, 3 cannot comply with the order from the General Assembly. So we're working hard on those. I can give you the locations if you're interested. But with that said, that's going to be a significant amount of money. On a regular basis, 2 years ago, we had to replace Fairfax's air conditioning system. That's a rather large building. That rang in, and as I can recall, about $47,000. So we go through that money pretty quickly, but that takes care of all of the building-related maintenance. A couple of the fire stations, again, back to Rosedale, has a need for about, I think it's about $250,000 for the concrete work outside the station so that the fire truck can smoothly go out without hitting major potholes on the property that we own. So again, our projection and our request will be each year to bump that up about $500,000. And again, the logic behind it is the collection of stations are generally very old and in poor to less than poor condition.
Thank you. How much would it cost, if you know off the top of your head, for the 3 fire stations that need to have the separate restrooms?
Off the top of my head, we have asked for an earmark with the help of Mr. Allen Haas. I hope he's still here. Thank him for helping with that. I want to say that rang in at about $3 million.
Total, it would take 3 million.
There's a couple of stations that don't have the appropriate incoming water or the appropriate sewer systems. Please remember, we adopted a collection of volunteer fire stations that were not designed for females. Again, one goes back 102 years ago. And the infrastructure pretty much took care of a fire truck and perhaps a small office. Some didn't have kitchens. So we're recovering from that. And again, I think with the idea, if and when we can, to merge the stations together, and I'm going to hitchhike off the chief. I hope that as the chief stadium comes in, the opportunity to put a fire station in that area, or perhaps it looks like a fire police station. I know it's a few years out. That's going to be critical, and I hope it goes through impact fees. In other words, it probably ought to not be our burden, but that's going to need to happen as well, sir.
Gotcha. I guess it would be good for, just considering you all are our largest department, for us to get a little bit more information. Because right now, at least from my opinion, I would just like to know a little bit more specificity of where these dollars can go. And I guess the question becomes for us is, given all of the needs, what is the win each year? I think the restroom situation is pretty significant and pretty dire. We actually passed some local legislation pretty recently regarding that very issue. And so, I would just want more information on what we can do there so that we can start to alleviate that and tackle that a little bit more aggressively. Thank you.
May I, Commissioner Davis?
Yeah.
You asked for the comprehensive master plan, and I got you a copy. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. However, you will find from now until about 2038, all of the details that you're seeking, what fire stations need repairs, how, when, where, and why, what apparatus will need to be replaced, what staffing it'll take to get us up to national standards. Every bit is in that document, and if you recall, I think you've had it for maybe a month or so. But it's in there, and maybe perhaps if you have time, I'll come over and go over it with you. Now, those numbers haven't been updated in a while, but every number that you're describing is in there, sir.
Okay, cool. No, that would be great,
Yes, sir.
just for us to get an idea. So yeah, appreciate that. I'll take a look. It's been some time. Thank you.
Last question. Depending on how rough some of the fire stations are you exploring consolidating or combining fire stations depending on their usage as well?
Oh, yes, ma'am, when it's
Noting
possible.
that
I'm sorry.
80%, I think, of your calls are EMS, which is 20% fire. I'm assuming you know which stations are the busiest. I hate to say that.
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
know how else to
I
say
can get
it.
that information for you at any time.
Okay.
Typically, it's the downtown fire stations, Strawberry Hill, Central Avenue, Midtown, which is very close by on State Avenue. And there's a few others that are very active. The problem, however, becomes We enjoy a fire insurance rating of what's called Class 2. We would like to get to Class 1. We're struggling to get there. Hopefully we will. And what that means is the businesses especially, along with the residents, have a reduced fire insurance rate. So if we were to take companies out of the system, either haphazardly or without making sure there was proper coverage, that'd be a problem. When the Local 64 brought to us the notion of merging these two stations, we've looked at it from every angle. It'll actually help with the response times. So we're excited about that. We thank the local for their great guidance. We will look whenever we can to merge. Again, I think the last two stations that have merged, 16 and 17, have been a big hit. There's been zero complaints. Our response times are appropriate. And I think this new one will be the same. But I think it would take more study to figure out which ones can be. And I would caution the commission as the growth continues out west to include the football stadium. That's going to be our soft spot. That's going to be our weak area where we'll not be able to get a 4 to 6 minute response. So long-term, we're going to have to look out there as well.
We do have a fire station out west.
There's sections of out west and Madam Mayor, again, I'm going to go back to
It
the
was
question.
newly built, right?
Well, in the comprehensive master plan, there's a collection of circles that will or will not touch. And where there's no circle, it's telling you there's not a fire truck within a mile and a half in any one direction across that adjoining circles. It'll be 3 miles. So our goal is a 4 to 6 minute response time. And there's factors, traffic, weather, et cetera. And if we exceed that 3 mile in any direction, essentially, again, concentric circle was the word I was looking for, which is in the book that I've shared with Commissioner at his request. We have that data now.
Okay, thank you.
But if you'd like it, we can get it to you, Madam Mayor. That's what I'm asking.
I would like it. We should
Um,
probably get a
it'll-
copy of it.
It'll happen. We'll get it done, hopefully this week.
Thank you so
But
much.
it's a significant book, and
Yeah.
again, it's the full version of what we would describe as the comprehensive master plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Commissioner Pacheco?
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. So Chief, so I would like to, on that note, off the top of your head, and I will, once we get the data that you're going to send us, I think I'll take a good look at it. But off the top of your head, which parts of the western part of the county, in particular, the northwestern part of the county, my district,
Yes, sir.
are not, would
And
not
softest
potentially be
area.
adequately covered right now?
You've described it perfectly.
Which are the
It's gonna be
parts?
the northwest section.
The most northwest section
Yes,
is the
sir.
worst part? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's what I assumed, but okay.
And again, I'd make the offer to any commission member, of course, I work for you, if you'd want to go over the master plan, and I'm planning on sending it in paper unless someone has a problem with that. You'll each have a copy, I hope, by the end of the week. Thanks.
Yes, thank
Great
you.
questions, sir. Great questions to all.
Our next presenter is going to be Greg Wooten from Buildings and Logistics.
Hello, Greg Wooten, Deputy Director of Buildings and Logistics. Thank you for having us here tonight. I would like to draw your attention to our slide and first focus on the far right box that says recently acquired assets. So I would like to draw attention here and illustrate a point starting with the Juvenile Center. Located at 738 Ann Avenue, it's 60,000 square foot approximately, and this facility is entering its 6th year of service. Fire Station number 12, located at Leavenworth and Hutton Roads, a 10.3 thousand square foot facility, is just completing its 6th year of service. Fire Station number 16, located in the Turner area of our community on the edge of Pearson Park, is a 15.2 square foot thousand facility. It is now entering its 3rd year of service. That actually surprised me. The new Environmental Services Building, located at 49th and Armstrong Avenue in Midtown Kansas City, Kansas, is approximately a 62,000 square foot facility and is already completing its 2nd full year of service. Along with that is the new CSI facility, located also at 49th and Armstrong in Midtown Kansas City, Kansas. It is a 13,000 square foot facility and is also completing its second full year of service to the community. These 5 facilities combined total approximately 160,000 square feet of new facility space, which does not include the impervious surface or greenery associated with those new facilities. When combining both structures and their associated improved land sites for just these 5 facilities, the unified government has recently taken the responsibility for well over 250,000 square foot of complex to maintain and keep up. When viewing the subject from this angle and realizing the complexity of all the intertwining elements that combine to bring about what I almost view as a living, breathing entity or facility, one starts to become awed by how fast these new members of our family grow up and subsequently age. And I think it's important to bring context in this manner because it is a difficult thing to come with all this need and ask, but it isn't done without thought. When we look at the slides for cash and projects and debt, you will notice that the approach buildings and logistics, I'm sure other departments as well, has made a conscious effort to transition our request from debt side maintenance programs to cash. And so the cash project requests largely represent proposed deficiencies that we want to take care of before failure occurs. And the debt largely contains projects that we forecast are needed in the way of new facilities and such. And so then lastly, I would like to say that on the box below that says recently failed assets, I want to kind of amend that to say recently failed elements within those assets. We don't want to imply that these assets are beginning to fall and they need to be replaced. However, as these slides indicate, there is great need for many of these facilities. And with that, I'll stand back and take any questions you might have.
Willa Gill shows that it's an unfunded list. Is that correct? That's not correct.
I'll let
It
you.
has a funding source.
So there is a funding source for it, but there's more funding that is needed. So there's about $6 million that is funded, and there's $3 million more that's still needed to completely build out that facility.
Really?
And Shelley just said it's $4 million that's funded.
Yeah, let me bring a little clarity to that. There was a legacy funding of $4 million. There was also a legacy funding of $3 million, which never fully completed the approval process. It made it through part of the approval process, but never made bond. And so therefore, the commission had approved that amount of money. But since I think, I really don't want to know or speak to the details why that didn't occur, but this is simply a re-asking of what was first assumed to be needed to replicate, replace, or remodel a facility to mimic what the current program does at the Willa Gill Center and possibly beyond.
Commissioner Davis?
Do we have an idea of what the ongoing maintenance and or operating costs will be after the new Willa Gill Center is built?
I'll jump in on that.
Yeah,
Assistant
please.
County Administrator Alan House. So there's a couple of decision points approaching on that question. One is the current way we operate Willa Gill is we contract for services in there that provide support and assistance for people who are both unhoused and indigent. We run a cold weather shelter when the temperature drops below 25 degrees. In the wintertime, we do not run a 365 year-round shelter. So right now we're spending, let's just say, we'll call it $500,000 in those services at the Willa Gill Center. If we were to move to a 365 year operation, to give you a corollary, Lawrence, we were just there last week. They have a 365 shelter that's serving about 180 beds, and their annual budget is around $4 million. So it really does depend on where we want to go, where the commission wants to go with the services that are provided, and where the funding source that would go along with the provision of those services.
Gotcha. And I know we're going to have some conversation because some federal dollars have been used for the Willa Gill, but we're going to have to amend that or change that. Within that change, have we landed yet, and it's okay if we don't have an answer now, on what the cost will be when we add in things like job placements or some of the other social services to help folks progress out of that current situation?
I don't have any cost estimates on that. I mean, part of the thought process on that too would be to find community partners that are doing that work and bring them under the roof, and not necessarily that we're going out and contracting for new sets of services, but providing a space or a location where those services can come together in one place.
Gotcha. I'm asking all these questions because, again, this is a sizable investment that will lead to ongoing investments that is fairly large and fairly significant. And so I'm just wanting to make sure we are ready for what is coming because it is absolutely, we need to make the investment. I just want us to be aware and strategic about it. Thanks.
What you've listed on here, is this for 2027 or is this forecasted for other years out?
Well, it's largely
That and on the
27.
cash projects.
The cash projects is typically the next year. Most of this is.
2027.
There is some outlying years to this. Having said that, I would say that this department's made a conscious effort by utilizing the ARPA fund so graciously afforded us by this body and previous bodies that have helped us to stabilize our facility condition index and moderate our request for out years. So our prognostications, I would say some 5 or 6 years ago, probably had a estimation of $2.5 to $3 million per year request. If you look at the current 5-year analysis, we are greatly underneath that. So we've worked hard to work hand in hand with experts and along with our own internal intuitive analysis to strategically use our money in the best way possible to bring us about the long-term effects that I think everybody desires. And I believe that those diminished requests that are hard to quantify because they're not there, but I think that reflects those efforts.
But the cash projects that you have listed are outstanding projects needed for 2027.
Well, they prognosticate an estimation of work to be done.
Okay, that's
In that it's a formula of things that we know need to be done and things we feel should be done.
okay. Commissioner Davis.
So just to be clear, do we know, like, is all of this on the books for 2027 or not? What are we planning on paying for from the request for buildings and logistics?
Definitely the cash projects are ones that we were trying to do in 2027, and most of them we do have funded. The ones with that red asterisk, the first two, are ones that we don't have funding for right now, but if we did have the funding, they would be able to source them out and get them done.
Okay, and then for the debt, all of those have asterisks next to them, so you're saying not this year?
They would be able to do them if they had the funding. And I don't know if you all remember back on the financials that I was going through, I talked about moving some debt into the financials for 2027. Those are some of those items that are annual maintenance that need to be done, that we would like to move from debt into cash so we don't have to debt it and be paying 44 or around 40% of our mill levy towards debt.
Okay, thank you.
So just for the point of clarification, when we go back to Commissioner Hill, I'll give you just a sec. Police Department, for 2027, you need the 9.5 million for West Patrol that I'm assuming you have a funding source for, or is it the operational, the budget? And then your cash projects are outlined in 2027, which is the request, correct? Okay. And then that's the same for fire. You did the same thing. You told us what year you have cash projects, 1 million plus.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, the construction of the merged station will begin in 2028 if the economic picture stays the same.
Okay. So, okay, got it. I just want to make sure I understand I like what you guys have presented. Just want to make sure I like.
Mayor, if I might. So this is I'm gonna say that's the wish list. This is the needs list.
I understand.
Then on August 6th, when the budget gets introduced,
It's going to be different numbers.
this gets bounced against the personnel needs and all the other things. And so I just don't want the expectation to be that everything that's on these lists is going to show up on August 6th because there's just
These are
not.
just the requests.
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay.
It don't have nothing to do with personnel. Got it. Okay, technology. Oh, Commissioner Hill, my bad, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just got a couple quick questions. With the Willa Gill project, just help me to understand, it's 3 million debt. Now, where does the funding that will occur when the property that we purchased before we sell that property and then we get that money back? That's not considered debt, that's considered income or asset, or where does it fit in the scheme of things?
So that would be cash that would come back into our books.
So in other words, the 3 million is the debt, but then the cash would be added to the debt, or the cash would be separate? Just help me, I'm just trying to understand.
And it all depends on like when we're able to sell it, when it would come back in, and we might could use it to pay some of the debt down, or we might could use it to pay for some of the operations.
Commissioner, so Shelley Kneven, CFO.
Before you do, Ms. Knieven, Dr. Knieven, David Johnson wants to make a comment.
I guess I want to just remind people that for the Willa Gill, we have already received $4 million to go toward Willa Gill, 2 million of ARPA money, 2 million of Cerner money. We've used some of that money to purchase the James Street property. And a few months ago, you approved the sale of that James Street property so we could recoup that money and redeposit it to get back to that $4 million level. Our intention is to use the $4 million first on a building that we hope to be able to purchase and make renovations to get it to a certain level of service yet to be determined. We'll see what $4 million will buy us. However, our staff have talked and said if we are actually talking about an expanded center with expanded services or agencies coming in to provide wraparound services, we will have to do more work in a building to make that reasonable. So they're using some foresight to prepare us for interesting discussions in the future. But our intention is to use the $4 million, 2 million ARPA, 2 million Cerner to get a building ready for the existing Willa Gill services. And if there's money left over from that, we'll see how far that goes. But they also are saying if you want something bigger, here's a $3 million guesstimate to have a wider service providing building.
Thank you for that explanation. My other question is for Parks and Rec on the Beatrice Lee Community Center, the 500K. I just want to ask, is this in regards, would this include ADA accessibility if this was funded, or is that something totally separate?
Yeah, so this is just a high level budget number, but we are working to get some options. If the guidance were be to replace that, we would have to consider ADA because once we touch this now, we do have to make sure that we meet code for the ADA and the requirements for that. So that would be part of the scope. This number is very high level, I will admit, so this could increase, possibly decrease, but I would expect it to probably increase. So we are working to get more information and options for this. Well, while I got you too, I will say I thought questions were at the end. So if there are any other questions for Parks and Recreation, happy to take those along the way. Thank you.
Just for,
Commissioner Davis.
yeah, just for Parks and Rec, I know, it's so loud. Have we, I know we've done cost estimates on the Wellborn tennis court, and we've had some conversations. Are they included in the CMIP in any upcoming requests? I know for this year it might be, or for 2027 it might be tough, but I just wanted to elevate that.
Yeah, great question. So a lot of the sport court work that we've done in years past has been at the neighborhood park improvement dollars.
Gotcha.
So that annual program is listed on the slide. Currently kind of sits as possibly an item to be funded. So it's likely that dollars could go towards that. There are other sport courts also kind of on that priority list, but for that particular project, more dollars than 250 would be needed.
Awesome, thank you.
So next, we're going to cover technology and
Excuse me, Commissioner Lopez has a comment.
sorry.
This is, when we were talking about Willow, I just want to throw this out. I just wanted to say this about Willow, but I had a doctor's appointment today, and we were talking to my doctor, and for some reason, the Willow kind of got brought up. I did not know my doctor was homeless before she even went to school. And I thought that was, I was like, oh my God, that's really cool. Anyway, thank you.
Did she use the Willa Gill Center?
I don't know. I no, she never did use Willa Gill, but that's why I think we were talking about advocating for the homeless or something. And she reaches out to some of these food kitchens and whatnot and supports it. And we kind of got in that conversation, and then I was like, well, and she would take her granddaughters down to wherever they go to help serve. And then she told me she was homeless, and before she started schools or any of it, living out of her car, going to, working, trying to better herself, and then somehow got herself into med school.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so now we're going to look at technology. One of the important things about technology, it has become a big piece of our budget over the last 15 years, and probably started over 20 years ago, where technology to help organizations run more efficiently, like technology became a big piece. So it's also a part of our infrastructure, and it's just more so like technology infrastructure. So the box on the left-hand side, capital requests from 2027 to 2031, we see that mostly everything in there is unfunded. Some of the things we don't need right now, so but we do need to start planning for in the future that are really big, and that's like the tax management system replacement for our CIC and Orion software. We're waiting on the decision from the state now before we start to put that all the way into the budget, but we can start some looking into that. But we're not ready for the whole $2 million yet in 2027, we don't think, because we're waiting for a decision from the state. And then also Sheriff's Department, they do have their jail management software and for $2.5 million. There is a possibility we could start that in 2027, and there's a possibility we couldn't. They're waiting on some things, some other systems being implemented within the organization before we implement that. Also, 311 customer management system replacement. That is something that we would like to move forward on at $500,000. And then our fiber connectivity program. That is something that used to be housed in debt that we are trying to move out of debt. And last few years, we hadn't been able to fund it out of debt, so we weren't able to do a lot of work with that. And basically what that project is running fiber to unified government buildings across the city. Other additional considerations is one of the things that we have found success with is we have a fleet service fund that'll help us to stay more up to date on our vehicles and getting our vehicles serviced that we implemented probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And that involves like with departments paying into the fleet department or division within Public Works. So we'd like to do something like that for internal technology service fund, and that would be charging departments for the technology that they need. Some departments we have are using old computers and just don't have any hope in buying any new computers because their budgets are so small. So in order to fund that up, what we would need to do is put funding within departments' budgets so they could pay into the technology department so that they could have the technology they need. So next, Jennifer Tarwater, she's going to cover emergency management.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Jennifer Tarwater, Director, Emergency Management. So we have 4 projects that we are seeking funding for, and they are primarily revolve around equipment, replacement of equipment that is aging out, and infrastructure. And the first one is the siren replacement project, and that we can do that in a graduated phase over the course of 7 years. So those don't all need to be done immediately. We have 84 sirens in total. A lot of them were replaced after the '03 tornado. The average lifespan of the sirens is 20 years. So we have some right now that we're getting to the point where the parts cannot be replaced should something happen to them. And so we're asking to, I think, do 11 this first phase, and then over the course of 7 years, get those all replaced. Our second project is the radio system overhaul, and this one is mission critical, and that there is a hard date by which this needs to be done. And if we do not have it done by 2029, our public safety radios will not work. And so this one is probably the most expensive project that we have. It's going to come to about $12 million in total for that one, but we do have some time. But again, we have that hard date of the year 2029 to get that finished. We also are working with Buildings and Logistics on getting some portals in some of our critical infrastructure throughout the UG to have buildings set up where we have all the wiring in place, the ports in place, so that if we need to move around a mobile generator, should they lose power, we have a sustained power outage, we can pull that up and just do a plug and play, and it will work. And the fourth project, and this is an ongoing project, and this is a replacement of radios for all the public safety agencies in Wyandotte County. So in the last 4 years, we've spent $2.5 million, and that's been primarily handheld radios and then some mobile radios for PD. What we have left are the mobile radios for KCK Fire, Bonner Springs Fire, and Edwardsville Fire. And so again, those have to be replaced, and we can phase those. Some of our recently acquired assets we're putting in right now, in the process of putting in a siren for Camp Nash, and the siren they had was not functioning in the realm of where you could hear it was not what it should be. So we're getting that replaced for them. And then we have a high capacity mobile generator, and that's that one, if you come in by the docks, you'll see it's parked outside. And that is one that will be available, again, once we have those generator ports in that critical infrastructure. That's the generator we would be utilizing to take that to fire stations, or wherever it needs to go to get those up and running as soon as possible. And then we also just expanded our Everbridge. So we launched that in March, and we've already used that to push out 2 tornado warnings. So I'm sure you all received that. And so the feedback that we get from the general public is people are just very, very appreciative that we have a mass notification in place now after a long time. And barring that, that's all I have. If anyone has any questions.
Commissioner Bynum and then Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you. Jennifer, I'm really thrilled that we have the emergency mass notification. I still cannot receive them. So I'll probably make an appointment with you because I can't even remember what it tells me, like I'm already in the system or something.
Yes, come on down and
I will.
get you taken care of.
My kids are getting them, which is great. But what I think I'm noticing is when they send me what they got is that I'm sorry, I'm struggling to have clarity about what I'm trying to describe. It's not like full sentences and words. Does that make sense? It's like almost kind of garbled language, like it's being generated by a computer or something. Does that make sense?
We'll have to look at that, because we are, I know with both iPause and Everbridge, we're limited to so many characters. And so with the Everbridge notifications, the way we have those set up, unless you go in and intentionally sign up to get National Weather Service notifications, you're just going to receive tornado warnings
Okay.
from us on Everbridge. And that should send you a text if you have a cell phone, but it'll also call your phone. And then with the iPause, which is that's a FEMA platform, that one we're also extremely limited on when we can use it and what the script says.
What I will do is I've got some screenshots of what they received, and I'll have them like send me screenshots of everything. We've had a lot of bad weather. And, they always send me what they got, like, here's what I'm receiving on my phone. And some of it's kind of strange. So I'll bring it and show you. You can help me understand.
Okay, yes, please do.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. Jennifer, could you please explain the backhaul network? Is that like
So what that
network that the radios run off of, essentially?
Yes, it is in essence, the entire infrastructure that is throughout the county that the public safety, the radios work off of.
Okay.
And so with Motorola, that is a hard date. And so we don't have a lot of wiggle room with that, but that is what makes them all work and communicate and run. And so that is imperative.
That's a hard date from Motorola.
Yes.
Basically, they're saying that unless what needs to be fixed by the date exactly?
Well, the whole
Upgraded?
infrastructure has to be the overhaul.
So it'd be like maybe software isn't the right word, but like a software update to the entire infrastructure. How is the best way to?
And it may also be physical equipment as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the radio replacement project, APX radio replacement project, is that simply the actual physical radios that people are holding in their hands that need to be replaced?
Yes, yes. And so far, everyone should have, because we've been doing this for a couple of years, they should have the handhelds. And so where we are at now is the ones that go in their vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just my greenness to the whole thing. So I appreciate the explanation.
Okay, Commissioner Davis and then Commissioner Cole.
Yes, I'll go very quickly. The radios, they've been on our CMIP for a long time. Have we done anything Because I think when I first got here, it was like $3 million for the next 5 years, and it went up to like 3.5. So we've not done it, we've not purchased anything.
Oh, we have.
Okay.
Yes, we continue to buy them, and for the last 4 years, we've spent 2.5 million. And so, and that's police, fire, sheriff's department, fire and police in Edwardsville, Bonner, and KCK. So I don't have a total number of how many radios that entails.
Sure.
But it's quite a lot. And
Gotcha.
so we're purchasing those, and then they have to get programmed, and then they go into the hands of the first responders.
Gotcha. So we spent 2.5 million in the past 4 years, but you need another 4 million per year for 3 years. So that's 12 million. Am I reading
No,
that?
so the one you're looking at, that's that second listed item, that is for that infrastructure, is probably a better way to call it. So that's that overhaul of the entire infrastructure that makes the radios work. And what you're seeing listed last is the actual radios.
I see. Okay, so we have 900,000. Well, no. You said times 3, so that would be roughly 2 point.
Well, in total, what we have, so the others, they have it listed as per year.
Mhm.
That one, the one that's 900,000, that's what it would take to finish them all out.
Hallelujah. Okay, so we have done. We have done something.
We've
Right.
accomplished a lot. We're just down to the vehicle radios for that.
Okay, so you do not need $900,000 per year between 2026 and 2028. You're saying 900,000 total for the cost. That is not the same thing for the others because they say per year.
Correct.
Okay, so when we're talking about the infrastructure for the radios, we are talking 4 million per year between 27 and 29.
Yeah. The timing on this is just really bad. All of our stuff, it just needs to be done sort of consecutively at the same time. But like with our sirens, once we get those done, we have many years before those have to be. And it's the same with the radios. So it's a lot of stuff now, a lot of cost associated now, but we should be, once we get through it, have some breathing room.
Gotcha. And again, just for the public, that is, if you are even still watching, very, very important because when you need it, you need it.
Yes.
You know, and we're trying to be responsible with our tax dollars to make sure that, particularly as we're getting more aggressive weather, that we are prepared. So, okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. Just a very quick question on the mass notification emergency alert system. That's a countywide program, correct? Not just Kansas City?
Correct. And then with the Everbridge, they don't have to reside in Wyandotte County. They can work here, have family members here that they want to kind of keep tabs on.
Okay,
So that's open to everybody.
awesome. Thank you.
County Administrator Johnson.
I just want to just provide a little color behind these radio systems. Most cities tend to bring in Magnavox to be the radio systems, and they position themselves to be sole source throughout the country. And therefore, you're kind of at their whim. They do practice aggressive obsolescence engineering to guarantee regular business for them. And that unfortunately costs a significant amount of money to keep our systems current throughout the country. And we're just a microcosm of that, and we're responsible for our county. So we're at the mercy of a sole source vendor. That hard stop that she talked about on 2029, she's not kidding. If we don't meet that, our radios will go dead because Magnavox they don't have parts for old equipment. They force you to upgrade.
It's Motorola.
Sorry, not that Motorola. They force you to upgrade. And it's not a cheap venture. So it's good that we are on top of it. It's just we are being very upfront with you. It costs money.
Thank you. I have a question. Are you working with Mid-America Regional Council at all when it comes to the emergency management systems? And are there any grants that you all are pursuing for any of this?
We work
You
with Mark.
personally on any of the committees for Mid-America Regional Council or someone on your team?
Yes, there are several, when you get into the emergency services side of
Mhm.
the Mid-America Regional Council, there are several committees and subcommittees that we have representation on. And the one specifically dealing with radios, we have our radio system manager, Pete Liebman, is on that. He's our representation on that committee. And there are some MARC contracts that we do piggyback on and there are some grants that we could look at pursuing.
You are
but-
pursuing them,
Well, we haven't yet.
but you're going to.
We can look at them, yes, and see what grant opportunities there are out there. We're kind of unique in that emergency management, most communities or counties would have an emergency communications department. We do not in Wyandotte County, and so the radios, it's pretty unique that they would fall under emergency management. And so we are just kind of the administrating arm of the funding for that. And so we purchase them, get them programmed to get them out in the field. And so that's probably, there's a lot of grants sometimes for radios that are geared towards like certain sectors like fire and law enforcement. But we can definitely look into those.
Yeah, I would strongly recommend you do that. I sit on the MARC board along with Commissioner Howard and Commissioner Hill. And emergency management services has come up almost in every meeting where funds are being directed, but we're not applying for those grants. So I just would encourage us to look at that. And I'd love to spend some time with you guys afterwards so you can help me get a better understanding of what we're looking at, so that we can be part of that funding stream.
Sure, happy to do that.
Comment on the radios. She's absolutely correct.
Yes.
It's different here because most cities' emergency management can apply for most of the federal grants, and
Right.
we don't apply for them because we don't control the radios. And I used to be the chairperson of the MARC
Mhm.
Radio Committee. So there is some talk on the federal level and state level of looking at trying to fund radios for every agency statewide. So it's in the preliminary stages, but the federal government may end up funding those radios through grant programs.
Don't need to, with $4 million a year.
So that's the discussions. It's up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. And let me know so I can help stay on top of that as well, so we can push Mark for that at a federal level. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, for Mrs. Tarwater, we were talking about where'd it go? The 84 sirens total, oh yeah, there's, or sirens. So 67th Street north is Leavenworth Road, there's Cernus north of that, go all the way to the river, and that there's a area, the siren was destroyed in, I want to say 2004 tornado, but was never been replaced. And there's been residents that happened to reach out to me and mention that they actually have to roll their window down in their, or not roll it, but open their window of their house and listen for the siren in Parkville on the other side of the river. I don't know how soon and what it would take, but if you look into that to where we can get a siren back up over there.
And I'll get with you on that, Commissioner Lopez, and we'll get an address and look at our overall siren map. One of the benefits of the new tornado sirens is they are supposed to have larger range. So with all equipment, it's, new and improved. And so they should have a wider diameter that they can reach more people and more people will hear them.
Right, and the graphic of the area, it's really hilly, like there's big hill and then it's almost like you're in North Carolina all of a sudden. And that's why it's kind of hard, but yeah, that part I understand that some residents can hear because they're up on the hill, and then the ones that are on the bottom of the hill or going down, they can't hear from that hill block, and then the siren from Parkville actually carries up the river because the river's right there. And but it's good. They also have their cell phones, and now they're getting alerted on their cell phones too. But for the elderly that don't have that, oh, thank you.
Public Works.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brandon Grover. I'm the Road and Bridge Program Manager for Public Works Engineering. Tonight, when we talk about Public Works, I want to do a couple things. The first one is talk about where we're at with our funding stuff. And then after that, I'm going to give you all some kudos for some of the efforts you've put forward to help us meet our goals moving in the last couple of years. The first thing you'll notice really on this slide that's presented is the pavement preservation program budget. Everybody's seen what we've done this year, given that we were given that extra $6.5 million out of the plaza at the Speedway TIF. That allowed us to get state and parallel resurfaced, or the bulk of it resurfaced. I actually had a conversation last week with our street maintenance manager and our traffic marking manager, and we've all come to the realization that we've tried to impart on you as the commissioner over the last couple of years when we referenced, Overland Park only having to patch 150 potholes. Now that we have done this on state and parallel, it has allowed our crews to focus on other areas, which makes us more effective at responding to the citizens' needs. So as we're allowed to improve our system, make our networks better, that allows us to be more responsive to some of those other things. So please keep that in mind when you're looking at our budgets moving forward. A couple other hot button issues that have come up this year. A lot of you have reached out to our office about our alleys. Historically, alleys have been a non-maintained city asset. We started a couple years ago resurfacing those when we're in an area doing other pavement work. Currently, it's only been funded about $400,000 a year. That really does about 4 or 5 alley blocks. So not really a whole lot. And as we increase the frequency of trying to do those numbers will need to come up as well. The neighborhood curb and sidewalk repair budget line you see right there, you'll hear us colloquially refer to that as the 50-50 program or the cost share program. That's that benefit program that we operate that allows citizens to aid in replacing their curb and sidewalk, since sidewalk is responsibility of the property owner. We also have it set up in that program that as we get later on in the year, if there is funds remaining for that, we can use that to do UG facilities and things like that as well. So that was a big push about 7 years ago to up that to 500,000. Historically, it was only at 250. So if you want to keep that moving forward, you can. That's currently funded out of our dedicated sales tax, the 1/8 of a cent that Public Works receives from the public safety and public infrastructure tax that was approved a few years ago. You'll start to see something different in the budget this year when you look at public works stuff that you haven't really seen before. And this is a shift that we want to make everyone aware of too. We're really making a focus through data-driven approaches to try and be proactive. And you hear a lot of people talk about that. So we wanted to emphasize that by changing some of the naming of our programming. A lot of what you'll see, you've heard of as emergency repairs in the past. So now that same dollar value or that same line item is going to be called the reactive repairs or the reactive program, meaning once something bad happens, we jump in action, try and fix it using those funds. If we're doing something at a more programmatic level, like you'll see in the unfunded request list, like our annual proactive bridge repairs or bridge replacement program, that's planning things out. That's making big, large scale replacements that are more suitable for debt, which we have used in the past for these kind of things, because these do have a 50+ year life cycle. So it's important to keep that thought in mind when you are talking about debt, thinking about what's appropriate for debt and things like that. One new item that has kind of been pushed out several years now that you'll see in this budget potentially is the Loring Pavement Preservation Program. Several years ago, we did the ancillary streets in Loring, 142nd, Kreider Road, Archer, things like that. But this program in this year would potentially do Loring Drive itself from where Bonner Spring stops until the Unified Government stops. It's a big, wide concrete road that has some joint failures. It would actually be more expensive to do joint repairs on that than to just mill it up and repave the whole thing in asphalt. So we took a lot of effort into looking into that and doing that the most cost-effective way possible. Another hot button issue that everybody's really been concerned about, especially with how much pavement we got done this year, is the amount of curbs that we have not been able to do. Historically, we've had about $2 million a year in our curb and gutter or our annual concrete repair line item budget. This year, we only got $450,000. Right now, curb and gutter costs about $45 a linear foot. So it's not allowing us to do a whole lot of linear feet. And as we start doing more pavement, we really need to address that curb. That way we're protecting it. You've heard us say for years now that water is the enemy of asphalt. As it gets underneath it, it pops, freeze, thaws, and causes it to deteriorate quicker. A good curb and stormwater drainage system is the best way to help prevent that. We would like to fund our concrete repair item at about 1/3 of what we do for pavement. I know that probably seems a little high, but that is a much more expensive number. You heard me say $45 a linear foot for curb and gutter. If you're looking at doing asphalt for an 11-foot wide, right in front of your house, and, in 1 foot of that 11-foot lane, it's only about $13 or $14 a foot. So the concrete is the much more expensive part of our program that we try and run. And if we don't have a dedicated source contributing to that, that's just going to take away funding availability for the asphalt that we're trying to put down. So like I said, currently you see that $2 million in the unfunded request section of this. We'd really like to figure out how to move that over into the funded section in some way, shape, or form. The two big items you'll obviously see on the unfunded side are the overall pavement preservation program at $32 million. That would be an annual request. We've come before the board. I know a lot of you probably haven't heard this speech in a few years. We need about $32 to $36 million a year for the next 10 years to get our asphalt up to the condition that it should be. After that, we can back it off because we'd be maintaining a good road condition. That's a lot cheaper. It's about 8 times cheaper than it is to rebuild or resurface and do this kind of stuff. In an effort to verify that number, I looked at the city of Overland Park, who has about the same number of lane miles we do. We have 2,400 right now. They're at about 2,200. They're also similar in population. They're at about 200,000. We're at about 170,000, 65, 70,000. This year alone, in 2026, their budget for pavement operations and rehab of streets, $34 million. And they're maintaining a PCI of about a 78 to an 80. So they're keeping their good roads better longer and still spending that much when our roads are just continuing to fall apart. It's a daunting task. We know that's a big outlandish number, but we think it's important that you see that as often as you can and hear the story behind it. So if these one-off opportunities like the Plaza, the Speedway TIF comes up, if American Royal funds come up in the future or other things like that, honestly, it might sound not the best to say, but the best investment you can make is in infrastructure. It's going to last. It's not a one-time thing. Another one that we wanted to make sure and highlight that has always been historically funded is our annual traffic signal improvements. This particular one we really wanted to highlight because, as I'm sure a lot of people have heard, the state, KDOT, is looking at redoing State Avenue and 435. This portion specifically would allow us to redo the intersection at 98th and State, which we've all seen has seen increased amount of traffic with the build out of Margaritaville, Menards, and everything on the east side of 435, and would also allow us to make corridor improvements from where the KDOT project would stop, going all the way up to 94th Street and State Avenue, which is the last section of State Avenue in that area that has not been improved with streetscaping and things like that. So it's pretty important that we get that. Otherwise, we won't be able to get the cost-saving measures of doing this project at the same time that KDOT's out there. Those will be the ones I highlight on here. If you have any more questions about those, you're more than welcome to ask us. I think you all have reached out to us many times, and we love expanding on these kind of things in great detail. So I'll just leave that.
Does this include any of the consent decree projects?
What we were talking about right there is mainly road and bridge. The consent decree projects are all pretty much enterprise funded.
Okay.
So this is mainly what's coming out of either debt or general fund cash or our dedicated sales tax fund, which is the Fund 212. So we didn't want to go into that. But I'm glad you brought that up because one of the next things I wanted to mention on this slide is a box we're calling our wins column. So over the last couple of years, there have been a lot of big things that Public Works has asked for, that we've worked towards, and that with your help as the elected body, we've been able to achieve. One of them was
Before you go on, because we have some questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Davis and then Commissioner Stites.
It's like, let's get out of here. I don't blame you. Just can we go to the previous slide very quickly? KCK Riverfront Park. We're talking the Rock Island Bridge, correct? That is currently unfunded right now. It's on here. There's the responsibility of parks, the responsibility of public works, and then kind of the responsibility of the Rock Island Bridge itself. So what of this is public works responsibility? What would that $2.4 million go towards?
There's a big conversation going on about that right now specifically. We've had a lot of conversations with our park staff, with our county administrator's office, with legal even reviewing the development agreements and things like that. So at this time, those were kind of like the estimation of what it would need to continue building that out. As we have those conversations, we can gladly come back and flesh that out in more detail. But right now wouldn't be a appropriate time to necessarily do that.
Makes sense as to why it's unfunded. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, just real quick. When you talked about the 435 and State Avenue improvements, and you talked about 98th Street, does that, is in that conversation, the realignment of 98th Street? Because as you well know, it goes up to 98th and State Avenue. It used to go all the way through all the way up to where it stopped. But now it just T-bones or comes to a T right there. And I know that over the years, there's been conversation about what that might look like of a realignment to get 98th Street all the way back up to realign with the 98th Street as it goes north into the Margaritaville, the Homefield, the Menards and so forth. Is that in that discussion that you're talking about with KDOT and that improvement of that intersection of 435 and State Avenue?
Without going into too much detail on what the different possibilities are, yes, it is absolutely in the discussion.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioner Howard has his hand raised.
Commissioner Howard. Thank you, clerk.
Howard, District 1. So I have one question about the infrastructure. As I think about the Quindaro corridor and then the 7th Street trafficway corridor, have there been any conversations about the projects there and the infrastructure there?
So thank you for that question, Commissioner. 7th Street corridor is an interesting one itself because technically that is US 69. That is a state-owned facility or asset. We do have a lot of conversations with them about how we can improve that. As you've seen at 7th and Central, we recently did a big reconfiguration of that intersection through some MARC grants that helped us get that and coordination with KDOT as well. And those are kind of similar to what we're having around the 7th and Quindaro intersection specifically, because that is a very odd intersection and sometimes very difficult to navigate as it pertains to the Quindaro Boulevard corridor itself, pretty much all the way down from Fairfax Trafficway all the way out to 635. There's been a lot of conversations about what that corridor could look like in some bigger planning efforts of how a corridor improvement would go. We've looked at doing just a simple mill and overlay over some of that, especially the areas that are from 7th Street East towards Fairfax. We know that's in pretty bad shape. And if you look on our online portal, the In the Works projects map, I'm almost positive that that section is set to receive a 2-inch mill and overlay sometime in the next year or so. So that is definitely in conversation, as well as that bigger conversation around what the Quindaro corridor could be. We did apply for a MARC grant for that in the last cycle. Unfortunately, it didn't score very well when competing against some of the others because that corridor already has sidewalks, parking. It is wide enough. It has the capacity. So it doesn't check a lot of those boxes unless we look at a complete corridor redesign to a more modern structure with, street trees and stuff like that. But because of where the buildings are in relation or in proximity to the drivable lanes, that's a harder discussion to have and takes a lot of funding to look at. But it is something we'd be glad to have deeper conversations with you about if you would like.
Most definitely. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Commissioner Comp.
Thank you, Mayor. Come to at large. Just a quick question, and this might be for legal, and I don't need an answer tonight necessarily. Is it possible to fund a portion of the annual curb repair out of the Stormwater Enterprise Fund?
Public Works, we are looking at that there because it is a stormwater conveyance system. It is a possibility, but there are, the way we would do it is based on the needs that have already been associated with the drainage districts that we currently have, or not drainage, the drainage basins that we currently have, as outlined through potential funding programs, grant programs, and our consent decree. So we couldn't just take those kind of willy-nilly and go around as pavement, but it is something we're looking at a larger scale on how to address.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Any more questions on that slide?
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to send a kudos to you too, but also if you kind of briefly talk about how you were able to get Corps of Engineers to flip the bill on a lot of this infrastructure.
Sure. So what Commissioner Lopez is referring to is everyone's aware of the levee raise projects gone on in the last couple of years. One of the main borrow sites that they used for fill to build that levee raise was down off of Inland Drive and Holiday Drive, really off 74th and Douglas, but generalized area. During that traffic, they were hauling, I think the total came to like 110,000 large tractor trailer loads of dirt across Inland Drive and through some of our streets. And beginning at the very beginning of that project, we had conversations with them about, you know, we've just redone a lot of these roads. This is going to cause accelerated damage. What are you going to do to help make it right? And we worked out several agreements with them. And through the course of it, we found several areas of failure along Inland Drive between 59th and Holiday Drive. And the Corps actually footed the bill as part of their project to do some deep patching and resurface those areas.
I appreciate that. I was really happy. And to hear that you, I mean, yeah, you guys really went to bat, especially you dug your spurs deep down in them. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We certainly tried. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one unless anybody else has anything up to come up. But I wanted to highlight, you know, something the mayor just brought up about our enterprise funds and our stormwater rates and our sanitary sewer rates and things like that. Because of the action that you all took here a month or so ago in approving our new rate structure, it has allowed us to start moving back into compliance with our consent decree, which you all know is such a huge deal. So we greatly thank you for that. And it also allows us to start addressing some of those deferred maintenance needs that we talk about with the amount of rains and the bigger impact storms we've been getting over the last couple of years. I already mentioned the state and parallel resurfacing. I think everybody's probably driven on that over the last couple of months. And personally, I think it was a resounding success. We've done some really great things. We stretched our dollars about as far as we could, and we're still not done yet. We've got a couple other areas that we're still working on, a couple neighborhoods we've moved into while the traffic is heavier. And once the fall season rolls in, we'll get back and do the rest of those. Commissioner Kump and Commissioner Lopez, I'm sure you guys have noticed driving around Holiday Drive, 2 of those 3 bridge structures down there along that road have been replaced in the last couple of years. We've still got one more we're planning to do now that the new debt issuance has come through. We're hoping to bid that project later this year with construction happening in the spring or summer of next year. So that's that one right outside of the water treatment plant that has the guardrail that's fallen off. Huge safety concern. But we're going to replace that, make it a little wider, make it a lot safer. So that one's coming up. With your guys' forethought and allowing us to move forward with the Kansas River crossing study, that allowed us to coordinate with KDOT, and that's allowed us to get the Central Avenue Bridge project moving, getting that replaced at incredible savings and cost minimized to us, which is something that's almost unheard of when you're talking about a bridge like that, a cross river bridge that is over 100 years old. Finding another agency that's willing to partner with you to do something that is a great kudos to our team, but also you guys as to letting us use those funds in the best way we can. Commissioner Burns, I'm sure you've driven through the 10th and Grandview roundabout, once or twice.
Exciting.
Yeah. There's a lot still to go on with that. There's a lot of restoration that has to go on, but it is definitely something. That intersection was incredibly unsafe. So, but I hope you're as thrilled about to get something like that done as we are.
Yeah, one concern everybody has, dirt up on top.
Yeah.
When it rains, it comes down.
We put some straw wattles around that to hopefully prevent the straw bales that kind of go around the edge to hopefully prevent that. But as soon as grass takes hold, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. But that's a work in progress. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of summer, which is not a planting season. Planting stuff right now is super difficult to get it to take, but we're working on getting the best we can out of that. And blocking off the entrance to the park has made it a lot safer for patrons that are using that to access those facilities as well. So we're really excited about how that worked. And then on our stormwater side, I'm sure a lot of people saw the promotional video that Ian Hayes did and came in. That was a very interesting thing that we could have never foreseen happening. It just popped its head up all at once. We called KDOT and we said, hey, we've got this storm line underneath your highway that's failing. KDOT told us to close it down. They said we could close down I-70. And through the innovative efforts of our public works team and our partner contractors, we found a way to keep the I-70 open for the most part, a couple lane shifts here and there, but we've got that back in service now. So the flexibility that we're allowed to do based on the different funding mechanisms you all allow us leads to those kind of successes. And Pat, moving on from that, I want you to keep in mind a lot of our network facts as you move into this budget season. You know, you've heard us for years talk about the 2,400 lane miles of road. That's an easy one to jump out. Everybody drives on the roads, they see that. A lot of the commissioners that have been here for a while have heard about our PCI data collection, our pavement condition index. In 2018, we did our first round, it scored a 56. National average is 65. We did another round of data collection in 22 that fell to a 48. National average is still 65. The metro average is actually up around a 75. And we're doing another round. We were hoping to get it done this year, but because of funding and having to shift some things around, we're going to do it in early next year. But our estimate is it's going to drop to a 41. Now, there might be a slight bump and we're going to have to do some reconfiguring because of what we did on state and parallel, but that doesn't even begin to touch the rest of the neighborhoods and all that kind of stuff. Our bridge network, you've seen a lot of the big bridges have their issues over the last couple of years. But what I want everyone to remember is we actually have 279 structures within our city that we're responsible for. That ranges everything from like a 4-foot by 4-foot box culvert all the way up to those big cross river or cross railroad bridges. 63% of those structures are at their 50 years or older. So those are going to be reaching their life expectancy within the next 10 years. Not saying they're necessarily going to fall in or they're going to fail, but at that point they become, to borrow a term from Jennifer, mission critical. If one thing goes wrong with those, we have to close the road. We're lucky that we haven't had too much of that go on in the last couple of years, but it is a very real thing that we can face very soon. Ditches have also been a big topic that a lot of people have talked about. We've got 163 miles of ditches. Curb and gutter I talked about. We've got 1,200 miles of curb. Sewer pipes, little over 1,100 miles of piping between storm, sanitary, and combined. And the one that everyone often forgets about are traffic elements. So we've got 44,000 signs that we're responsible for maintaining. Typically, you're supposed to replace a sign every 5 to 7 years. Currently, at the $50,000 a year budget we have, we're nowhere close to that, and it's almost impossible to figure out what that number really is for us. We've also got 1,200 miles of striping. So every time we redo a road, we have to put striping back down on it whenever it had it. So that's something else. And striping doesn't even include the amount of symbols. So every time there's a turn arrow, every time there's hatched markings blocking out a median, those kind of things, there's 3,900 of those across our city. And the biggest thing that everybody sees, 244 signalized intersections. Most of those are 20 plus years old. Traffic technology goes out of those. We're doing a really good job partnering with BPU to get those updated. I'm sure everybody's driven over what you see is we're called signal loops, the little cuts in the ground as you pull up to a stoplight. Those are an old technology that if we destroy one of those loops or if we take it out when we replace it, it costs about $30,000 per loop to replace those. So we're looking at cameras at all of our intersections, and that's a big thing. And let's not forget, every time you flush the toilet, every time, stormwater runs into a ditch somewhere, somehow it has to get treated before it gets back into the river. So we've got 5 treatment plants and 75 pumping stations. I know that's a lot of numbers. I know it's daunting when you think about these kind of things, please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have questions when the budget comes up. We're more than happy to provide details, to expand on what some of these projects you might see in the budget are, and let you know kind of what the struggles really are in a deeper, more meaningful manner.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Pacheco, District 5. Brandon, so can you help myself and perhaps anybody who's still hanging on with us in the public or who may rewatch this conversation? You said the national average PCI is 65?
Correct.
So if we were to do 32 million per year, what would that do to our PCI?
So that 32 million is figuring to get us to a 65. Several years ago, before your tenure and most everybody's tenure on this, besides Commissioner Bynum and maybe a couple others, we asked the commission for kind of a homework assignment. We actually said, okay, here's a list of roads that are an 80, here's a 70, here's a 60, here's a 50. Go drive these. We picked ones that are all over the city so you could get different views and everything. We said, go drive these and tell us what you think our network needs to be. Based on the responses we got back at that time, it was decided that our arterials, our main roads, state, parallel, Leavenworth, metropolitan, things like that, should be at a 70. Our collectors, which are those minor ones that go in between those, should be at a 65. And our neighborhoods would be allowed to be down at a 60. It was really difficult to figure the dollar value on all that. So we kind of lumped it all together at a 65, knowing that there would be that fluctuation from year to year. And that's where that 32 to $36 million a year comes from. When we first did this analysis, like I said, back in 2018, and we started doing this, that number was 26 million a year. Every year, I'll back up one step. So there's also another number that we calculate called the steady state number, which means just to hold where we are right now. That number is $19 million a year. So we're not even holding where we're at. We're continuing to decline, even though we make improvements. It's not making a lot of improvement. Every year we do not get to that $19 million, costs us another $5 million on the back end of deferred cost. So that's something to keep in mind as you move forward as well. So
Appreciate you saying that because I was just getting ready to say it, is that, and I want the public to know, because I think maybe perhaps besides property taxes, the streets are the number one or number two thing that we all hear as commissioners, and that we probably all perceive ourselves as citizens ourselves. I think the public just needs to hear it from the people who do it every single day, who understand the numbers better than any of us here do, that it costs a lot of money to run a city. And it costs a lot of money to provide the type of infrastructure that people expect, especially for a city whose streets are much older than Overland Parks. That's the other thing that people don't take into their equation. So not only does it cost more money in general to do the exact same job every single year, but the more you delay putting the money in on the front end, the more it costs you on the back end. That is a very important thing for people to understand as we enter these budget discussions. And I completely understand the idea of wanting to save in the budget and, not vote for this or that, and we got to find all these savings. Guys, somebody's got to be the one to tell you the reality of it, that is just not the reality that we are living in. And we need to face that. We need to come up with the best possible plan that we can. But to act like we're going to cut ourselves out of our financial problems is just false. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner Pacheco. Well said. So before you continue, I'd like to entertain this with you all. It is almost 10 o'clock. Staff has been here, worked all day, and they're still here. Can we resume I know it's just 3 slides, but it's a lot of information, and we still have executive session, commissioners. So would you all oppose to us stopping?
No, we don't oppose it.
So, and then on our next meeting, we'll put this first to allow commission, can I finish? Okay. To allow them to resume it. Do you guys mind? And then I want to make a point to commission that we did ask you, we sent an email to you to ask you, do you want to do this during the commission meetings, or, do we set up a separate meeting? And I know, we're not trying to create meetings, but This is a lot of information, and for us to go through commission and then try to do this budget and have staff stay, this is just a lot. So we're gonna send out another survey and ask you and maybe send some dates. But if you want to do these on these nights, we'll work on keeping the agendas light. I just talked to Mayor Pro Tem about that. We're gonna keep it very light to allow more time, and so we're not overextending everyone. Is that okay? All right, wonderful. So I want to thank you all, but Commissioner Davis has a comment.
Very, very quickly, I think it would be very helpful if we got a quick one-page memo from the departments that presented just to follow up. I don't know about you all, but I will forget about 90% of the things that we discussed tonight. And so if we had highlights, and those highlights would be great after a formal recommendation is made for the budget, that could help us stay on track and hopefully mitigate these long nights. So just one idea, Mayor. Thank you.
I like that, Commissioner Davis. Did you hear that, clerk? You did?
I did, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So I want to thank Reggie. You guys did a beautiful job. I want to thank all of you for what you presented tonight. You gave us a clear indication of what funding is needed. And I hope our community is listening and was watching to know we have some tough decisions to make. I'm not even going to ask what the total amount is that we need to run the city, but I'm going to ask you that and bring it back at some point because we need to know. And we'll be working on a plan, as Commissioner Pacheco said. So staff, thank you very much. Commissioners, let's give them a round of applause. They did wonderful. All right. At this time, the commission will go into executive session regarding personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Do we have a motion for an executive session?
Mayor, Commissioner Bynum at large one, I move the commission reconvene into executive session beginning at 10 PM until 10:20 PM to discuss current and future executive positions, which are personnel matters of specific non-elected personnel as permitted by the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and that Angela Lawson, Chief Counsel.
Can you guys lower your voices just a little?
That we return to open session at 10:20 PM in the fifth floor conference room.
Second, Davis.
Hey, we still have a meeting going on.
Commissioner Bynum and second by Commissioner Davis. Roll call, please.
And can I confirm that that's till 10:20 PM?
10:20 PM.
10:20 PM.
Thank you. Trump?
Aye.
Howard? Burns? Hill? Aye. Pacheco?
Aye.
Lopez?
Aye.
Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you again, staff, for